We should be going live. Hopefully now we're live. I'm not quite sure where the delay is at. Whether it's once I hit go live, after that it starts, or before that. But anyways, this stream is going to be pretty basic. Basically just consisting of me running through backdoor a few times, or yeah, quite a few times. To grind as much items as possible, so I have some stuff to convert to gum. Let me go see if I can do something about the lag really quick. Yeah, I probably won't need any of those. Okay, let's see, make sure no errors. Yeah, it's always interesting having lag at the beginning of a stream. Looks like we're going to be fine now, though. So it's 9 o'clock for me, so I think it's time for me just to start grinding. Basically, the whole stream's going to look the same with me just running through the last 4 areas, grabbing as many ghosts as possible. So, yeah. This is a great time to ask questions if you have any in the live chat, since that's kind of the only thing I'm going to be doing is talking about that while doing this. So, yeah, let's see. But grinding gum is one of the things I haven't done in a while, since I've been working a little bit on rebirths. I got up to 10 rebirths recently. And I probably won't do any more for a while, since I have taken the time to do stuff like Shelly, Rowan, and Riley that you usually don't want to be doing if you're planning on rebirthing, since they just take a lot of time to just lose their perk right afterwards. But other than that, I still do have quite a few things I do need to grind for, like getting classifieds like a Cosmic Wing. I'm wanting to get at least one of those unboxed, and some other stuff like the last gem, or the last gem unlockable board that I need, because 1 billion gems is not easy to get in any stretch of the imagination. So, but yeah, those are going to be probably a month out or so. So we'll see how they work. Hopefully the live chat on my phone is working and I'm not missing any messages. I guess I should probably go double check that really quick. It wasn't... Alright, so... Yeah, Shelly just takes a long time. I mean, I think I did it over the stretch of like 3 days, since I kept getting quests that I'm like, I don't want to do these right now. And then... stopping for a while before heading back to finish them up. There we go, finish that off. Come back here to charge. Lag spike. Hello, Zenek. Welcome to the live stream. Going to be a pretty basic one with just me grinding quite a bit of gum. Hopefully the lag isn't too bad over the course of the stream. It's always a little bit harder starting off, since computer's not the best. And I am doing like 5 things at once, so it's kind of expected for it to be struggling a little bit. But yeah. Path is going to basically be the same the whole time. That was interesting. Wasn't wanting to start the overcharger ability. Probably just something to do with me not clicking or something. But yeah, pretty basic. Just go around overcharging the agent's HQ and continue grinding. It's quite a fun thing to do and quite profitable, since you do get access to a lot of really good gum that you can either trade away if you want to, since a lot of people are looking for gums, especially lucky gum, boss gum, loot gum, and if you get lucky enough, get a rift gum. But yeah, it's quite nice, and will also provide you a little bit of bit tokens, or whatever, ectobits, I think. so that you can trade them for gems if you need. What does boss gum do though? Boss gum, it's a mythical type of gum, kind of rare, and it multiplies the amount of boss drops you get when you defeat a boss. So for most people, you get one like boss chest, key, or loot bag when you kill a boss. If you're using a riff or a boss gum, you will get more than that. Similar to how loot gum works on normal ghosts, except it's for bosses. Wow, slag is pretty extreme right now. Let's see. This quality is down a little bit. By the way, will there be any giveaways, guys? Just curious. I am planning on doing every 2 weeks in my Discord server glitchy loot gum giveaways. But yeah, don't think there'll be any during these streams, since I am mainly just trying to grind during them, not really giveaway. But as I said, every 2 weeks I am planning on giving away glitchy loot gum in my Discord server, which, I mean, I might shorten it up to every week doing it. Since every 2 weeks is kind of a long time. But I'm also needing to make sure I don't get rid of all my glitchy loot gum in a short span of time, since I still need a little bit at some points for grinding rebirths or grinding more gum if I need. But yeah, other than that, most of the giveaways I will be doing will probably be on my Discord server at this point, since that's a pretty easy way to organize giveaways and such. So, yeah, if you're interested in those, you probably want to check out that. It's also a good way to get chat off between streams, since I do check Discord quite a bit. And we'll probably say hi every once in a while in there. Gotta go. Okay, bye. Thank you for stopping in for the little bit of time anyways. It is nice to see people come out to streams. There goes the gum. I'm a little bit out in practice. I haven't grinded gum in probably like 2 months now, so it is nice to get back into the rhythm of it, even if it is quite laggy for some reason. I see that. Pretty sure it has something to do with my CPU, but not quite sure. It was just painful to watch. Hello, Ninja Spirit. I can't do Discord. Yeah, I know. I know a lot of people can't do Discord, but it's much easier for, at least in my opinion. I will try to do some giveaways at least still on through live streams and stuff, but can't really. Videos are good. Yeah, thank you. I do try to put a little bit of work into my videos. I know sometimes they aren't the best. Although I do, for at least Ghost Simulator, I do try to make sure they're as good as possible. And I do get quite a bit of feedback that they are quite good, so that's pretty nice. To hear that at least some people find them helpful, even if they aren't really always the best possible, they're still good. But yeah, let's see. We're not going to be making too much this cycle since the lag completely botched up my first entrance into Agents HQ. I might be able to get a second overcharge in here. Barely. But yeah, the lag is quite helpful. Quite unhelpful, but... Yeah, it's very weird. I think it has something to do with my computer overheating or something. Since it is just a PC. Doesn't have too much in terms of cooling. But yeah. They're still amazing. Let's wait for a little bit. I'm going to wait for a little bit to let my overcharge refresh, since that is helpful to have. Maybe I'll also allow some of the lag to pass, since I feel like it's starting in. Let me check my performance stats. Yeah, we're going back to normal, it looks like, so probably time to start using a loot gun. Yeah, streaming and grinding Ghost Simulator really don't go too well together. Every time I do it, it's always a little bit laggy like this at the start, and then a little bit later on it usually clears on a bit. So probably closer to the hour mark, it'll start to feel like normal again. But for now, it's going to be pretty laggy every once in a while. So just be aware of that. Yeah, grinding items is probably one of my favorite things to do. Don't need to worry too much about things like doing quests or talking to NPCs, like with grinding rebirths and stuff. And you do get quite a bit of good stuff over a course of time. Hey guys, maybe you can make a video about the final mini-final, I'm assuming, and dev head comparison. I don't really know exactly what you mean. Oh my. Here goes some of the lag again. I don't really friend people from the from YouTube videos, since if I friend one person, other people get offended if I don't friend them, and it turns into a bigger deal than it really should be. So I try to avoid that. Hello, NJS. Oh, is it better to grind for like mini final or the dev heads? Because of the small chance at getting a classified from the developer chest, I would recommend going for those. Especially since with 50 keys that you would spend on getting a mini final, you're pretty much guaranteed to get two or more heads from the chests. And even though the heads are slightly less in stats, it's not too big of a difference to if you're using one instead of the other. But other than that, I would say definitely, yeah, even though mini final is slightly higher in stats, probably going for that is better. If you actually need stats, though, you're probably better off not going for dev chests and instead getting stuff like Lucky Cats or other mythicals from the Rebirth perks. I don't. I mean, yeah, I don't. I mean, try your hardest and to make the videos that you like yourself. Is kind of my only thing. Is make sure that you're not doing the videos for other people, since sometimes videos aren't. Other people don't find your videos as good as you would think. And if you at least think your videos are good, you're going to be doing fine. Yeah, this lag is just annoying. Let's see. Any tips on grinding gum? I mean, there's not really too many tips to really give, other than like, don't grind during a stream since it gets really laggy. But yeah, just yeah, since you usually are limited by respawn time of ghosts rather than your pets, don't worry too much about your pet stats when you're grinding. Where's my overcharge? Oh well. Yeah, this lag is. Let's try something. Alright. Hopefully that's better. Yeah, Ghost Sim, probably most of the thing is the lack of quality of life updates, like making sure that bugs are patched regularly and quests are made easier to allow newer players to progress, like Ghost World quests in particular, like Yoko, Shelly, and Leo. They're quite long compared to every other quest line in the game currently, and offer minimal things for it, so that's kind of annoying. Also, the fact that grinding is basically limited to the people who have bought like all the game passes means that it's really hard for newer players to start without paying for a bunch of game passes, and the game's kind of past the point where making everything pay to win is a good thing. You kind of want at the beginning of a game's lifetime to start with everything being pay to win. So players that want to can progress really quickly, while other players can just progress at their own pace. Because there isn't much to the game, it will kind of even out as it goes on. And then as players get better and better, you kind of want to transition into where players can just grind everything, and not be at such a disadvantage if they aren't pay to win. So really taking away some of the nerfing some of the game passes could be like, the main one would be like the 2x items and the backdoor, since that game pass along with glitchy loot gum really is a huge difference for people trying to grind rebirths compared to the people without game passes. But yeah. Yeah, if you need a private server, if you play on PC, you can literally just go find a link somewhere for a Ghost Sim private server. It's not too difficult to find one laying around somewhere, on like Discord or something. Especially like the Bloxbyte Discord. Assuming you are able to actually join Discord. I know quite a few people are underage and therefore not really allowed to use platforms like Discord for various reasons. But yeah, if you go find a link and just like copy that, you can usually just use that. Yeah, it's private servers are really helpful for grinding. Every server link says that exists better. Oh, that's doing the glitch every day. Oh, ouch. Yeah. Eventually, unfortunately, with stuff like that, where it's RNG. Did I get 2 cycles, or did I literally just get 1 cycle because of the lag this time around? I don't even know at this point. It's becoming awful. Oh boy. Yeah, this stream is not very interesting with all this lag. I kind of wish things were working a little bit better than they are right now. So I could actually, you know, grind. It is what it is, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people don't. It doesn't really affect too many, but it does make the grind a lot less efficient. Like, lots less. And also, it does kind of hurt the stream quite a bit if it is lagging constantly. At least you're trying. Yeah, I'm not used to the lag being this bad. Usually it clears up after a little bit of time, so hopefully it does that the same this time. I don't know if anything's really changed, or maybe I messed with my OBS settings a little bit and that's changing it. Not really quite sure. Let me go double check. Looks like we're doing good. But yeah. I'm barely able to do a single. I'm not even able to do a single cycle with each gum. It's quite slow. Oh, it's awful. This is an awful feeling. Low quality mode. Unfortunately, that'd require me to rejoin, which would take quite a bit more time than I think it'd save. Also, I don't know how much it would help. Hello. Yeah, it's nice seeing new people in the streams. Oh, man. Alright, let's undo that, then. Is it the game or the PC? It's definitely my PC. It's not the best for doing streams and grinding at the same time. Unfortunately, it's kind of what I have to deal with, so. Yeah. Hello, Poke Ninja and Lisa. You've both been said hi before, I think, and I just missed it. Actually, I don't mind the pay-to-win problem. I'm just so more people will play this good game. Yeah, it's quite a good game. I feel like most of the enjoyability is just because of how much grinding discrepancy there is between free to play and pay to win people. If there was less of a discrepancy, I feel like everyone would find it more enjoyable. But that's kind of just my opinion. But yeah. Welcome back. I've kind of been on a hiatus myself. Not been doing too much in terms of my YouTube recently. Yeah, most of that's just been me being lazy. I've been away for a little bit, but it's not so much that as it is just me being lazy. And this time it works so much better. Hopefully that isn't just my computer finally giving up on cooling. Alright, there we go. Charge. Yeah, I haven't ever tried playing on low quality mode, so I don't know if that would help. I would hope that would actually, but I don't know how that would affect like the graphic qualities in general. So I'm kind of avoiding that in case it really does mess with the graphics for viewership and stuff like that. But you know. What pets do you recommend for the Ghost World? Like, lost a year's worth of progress, so now I'm in Ghost World. Honestly, if you're using any recent code pets that are like 100 or something, yeah, honestly, you can get through basically your first rebirth with only using current code pets. Just because of how good in stats they are, you don't even need to worry too much about getting pets. Before rebirthing though, maybe worry about getting a few lucky cats, since those are quite good stats, and will basically see you through the game. Hello. It has been quite good. I mean, the lag's being annoying, but other than that, it's actually been quite nice of a day. Yeah, and you don't really need to do too much in... You don't need to really do too much in Ghost World, so you don't need to... Like, all you really need to do is Yoko. And maybe if you care, do Leo, since being able to have heavy armor is quite nice for playing through the game. But other than that, you can do pretty well without any of those. Yeah, making sure you get stuff before rebirthing is really helpful. Glitchy loot gum, and a decent array of pets is quite nice for that. It's one of the best things you can do for yourself to make your next rebirth faster. Unfortunately, it is one of those things where people just want to rush a rebirth and don't quite think about the consequences of it. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty easy to just get yourself set up for the next rebirth. Buying game passes, unfortunately, is like if you are going to buy game passes, buying the double drops is probably the only one you need to really do. Other than that, they're pretty less useful, or pretty less useful. They're not really super useful, but yeah. Let's grab all of those. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm saying at this point. There you go. Loot gum's like the best item to help you through the game. Yeah. Or +2 pet slots. +2 pet slots is actually not as good as you'd think, since the main use for it is the increase in stats. Since the increase in cell stats, since the increase in vacuum stats, you're usually limited more to the respawn time of ghosts more than anything. But yeah, agreed. Loot gum is one of the best items to be in the game currently. It makes grinding so much easier. Yeah, this game, it really requires some time. There's not too much strategy to it in the long run. Just grind some more, which is kind of unfortunate that there is no skill requirement. But at the same time, it is nice to just be able to put time in and get stuff. Then not need to worry about, oh, you're missing 200% efficiency because you didn't decide to do it in this order, or stuff like that you get from skill-based games. We hit the 30-minute mark. Yeah, and I've only used like 10 or so gum, which I probably should have, which I should theoretically have used like 15 at this point. So that just shows how the lack of efficiency from lag. It's not too bad in the scope of things. It's still quite annoying. I don't really have any good ideas for videos and stuff, and I don't care too much about chatting about other people's YouTube, since that's kind of goes too far towards promotion or ads or stuff, or advertising, which I'm not really too much of a fan of myself. But yeah, basically whatever you think would be fun for yourself to do. As I said earlier, mostly just do it for yourself to begin with, since worrying about too much about numbers or subscribers or how many views it gets really can get pretty bad if that's all you're caring about. If all I cared about was how many views each of my videos got, I probably would have stopped YouTube a long time ago, since most of my videos get pretty awful amount of views in the scheme of things. Let's see. Kind of waiting for the lag to go away mostly, since I don't want to deal with it right now while working on gum, but looks like I'm going to have to. Yeah, usually I'm entering Asian's HQ at like 105s second, not 85 seconds. So that's like double the time I'm usually spending. Is it me or is the stream a bit laggy? Yeah, the stream's going to be quite a bit laggy. I have my PC's having a little bit of a struggle today, dealing with the stream and Ghost Simulator, so it's going to be quite laggy. We're going to have, it's just going to be kind of a constant thing that keeps going on. Hopefully it doesn't mess with the stream too much, but it's usually pretty bad. Just gonna have to grind through it. Yeah, stream's planning to be 4 hours long. Goodbye, Normal. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I'll clear soon. Yeah, who knows? I'm used to it clearing after about an hour-ish of grinding. But sometimes it lasts for longer. I think it's just my computer trying to figure out a good medium for usage rather than overheating and then having to cool itself down by limiting resource usage and a constant cycle of that. I think that's what's causing the lag, based off of what I've seen. Which, I mean, I could probably go in, figure out what settings are causing that, and fix them myself, but I'm not too much of a computer guy in terms of knowing how to, what stats change and what's going on and all that, so I just kind of live with it. Hello. Yeah, the underrated ones. Yeah, mostly it really comes from the fact that I don't have, like, the best content to be doing on YouTube right now. For instance, most of my content, I'm small enough already, and then doing content on, like, Ghost Simulator, which is a small enough game as it is, and then also a little bit of Minecraft, which Minecraft is really big, so there's way too many people doing Minecraft videos for me to actually be seen doing Minecraft videos, which just kind of contributes to only gaining a little bit of popularity from Ghost Simulator itself, which, as it's underrated, it gets kind of transferred onto me, and just kind of continues the cycle. But yeah, gum grind, right? Yeah, this is kind of just going to be me grinding lots of gum over a course of hopefully 4 hours on this stream. I'm planning on doing two more of these streams, and hopefully getting quite a bit of gum. I mean, most of the plan is hopefully getting a glitchy rift gum from this. I don't think 12 hours is enough for a glitchy rift gum, but if I don't get a glitchy rift gum, I am planning on just kind of getting one from one of the heavy grinders in the game, since there's a lot of people that grind Ghost Simulator a lot more than me. But yeah. I'm not really I'm trying not to play too many games at once. Like, currently I'm playing, like, I have 6 games that I kind of like to play, and it's a little bit too strained as it is, so adding in more stuff like Minecraft server or more Roblox games kind of get a little bit strained on what I'm planning to do each day, and I start to forget games or not play games as much, and I don't want to be spread too thin in terms of the games I enjoy. Do you like Terraria? I've played Terraria a little bit, only on my phone though, so not really too into it. I kind of like it, but I haven't played quite enough of it on like a PC or anything to really, really enjoy it. So that's kind of unfortunate. I have to go in about an hour, but I'll finish where I stopped the video. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the sport of watching these streams and rewatching them once they're ended, or finishing them up once they're ended, is really cool. I'm never really one to watch live streams after the fact, since it doesn't really do too much. But it is nice to see people who actually care enough to do that. I don't actually. I know what the term means, as in someone foraging, but I don't know what exactly you mean. Probably referring to a game, which I don't really know, since I'm not too big into knowing what all the games are. Yeah, goodbye. Stay safe. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of 2D games, or there's a lot of games in general, and so, I'm not really too much into looking for new games at the moment, since I've kind of got a full plate of them but yeah, I know a lot of games are quite cool, and when you get into them, getting into games is kind of the hard part. Once you get into a game and know how it works, it's really easy to play it. But starting out, usually you don't know the interfaces, you don't know what's going on, and the whole thing's just kind of new to you, which makes it really hard to do anything. You take a lot longer to do stuff. Like, I remember the first time I started playing Ghost Simulator. I hopped in, and the world was just so massive. I read like the signposts to see which directions to beach, and the the Block City, that signpost above Gabe. I was confused on the lab, and you get overwhelmed with the details, and then once you get to know the game, all the details kind of merge into like specific objects, and it becomes so much easier to understand what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. Having a game that you really like to just chill on is quite nice. To just be able to sit down and relax for a little bit. That's not really... I mean, Ghost Simulator does help me... Or, I don't know if I'd consider it relaxing, since most of the stuff I do on Ghost Simulator is grinding. Probably my relaxed games would be... Yeah, I don't really have too many relaxed games, do I? Most of the games I play is just for the grind. Distractional ones. But yeah. I should probably look into getting some more relaxing games then, now that I think about it. Yeah, it looks like the lag has gone away. I haven't seen it in a few cycles. Hopefully that doesn't mean my computer has burnt itself to a crisp, but we'll see. Do you have some YouTube tips? I do, not really. I'm not the best at giving tips. I mean, the biggest thing is that I kind of try to do is not worry too much about what other people think about your own stuff. Make sure you're making content first for yourself, either as a hobby, or making sure that you like the stuff you make, just so that you don't need to worry too much about other people. I'm not sure if you're the one who asked earlier. Someone asked that same question like 5 minutes ago or something. But yeah. How can I get ghostly vision pets? Yeah, there's no real easy way to get the ghostly vision pets. I don't... Man, having my inventory sorted by name is weird. It does help when I'm looking just for glitchy gum, since they're all in the same exact place. But if I was... Other than that, it's kind of a nuisance. But... yeah. Yeah, there's no really easy way to get the ghostly vision pets, since you literally just have to grind. I mean, if you do Leo, you can just kind of server hop for them, just between like backdoor and ghost world or something, and just grab the boss, wait until it's dead, and then server hop, which is quite easy to do, or relatively easy to do at least. With the heavy armor, you won't get knocked back. I mean, buying double boss drops, of course, but buying game passes for a game isn't one thing that most people can do. So, not really a option. Although it does really help if you ever plan on grinding a lot of final like blocks by keys or stuff like that. Oh, that's kind of a rip. Yeah, when you end up getting something rarer than the thing you want. I mean, you could probably trade Wormhole for like 5 or 6 Ghostly Vision mythicals relatively easily, I think. But I don't consider Wormhole to be worth that much, since it is kind of common. But I know some people do actually trade quite a bit for it, so if you want, you probably could find a decent trade for it. I have a very pessimistic view of newer stuff. Like, for instance, the Bloxbite HQ classifieds, I don't really consider to be worth, or I didn't consider them to be worth too much. And yet they are still worth more than that currently, just because of how massive their stats were, and they weren't as common as I was thinking they'd end up being. I kind of over exaggerated that one. Same thing I think kind of happened with these newest classifieds. They are worth quite a bit more than what I originally thought they would be, just because they are a little bit rarer than I expected from the initial week of people opening them, where like 5 get unboxed. It kind of slows down after that. People stop worrying about it, which is good for its value, not having people worrying about it. But at the same time, bad for finding trades for them that are in your ballpark, in my ballpark. But I don't really trade for too much, especially stuff like classifieds that I can go grind for at some point. It may take me like 100 hours to get a Cosmic Wing, but I can get a Cosmic Wing if I wanted to go grind for it. It's kind of half of why I'm doing this. These gum grindings. I'm planning on getting a glitchy rift to be used with a ton of anonymous bags, to hopefully get enough gems to unbox a Cosmic Wing. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm in a VIP. That's kind of the only thing I plan. Oh yeah, I'm not really planning on ever doing Yuu's quest line. It just doesn't seem worthwhile to me. Since it is just cosmetics and some boss bait, it's not high priority to me. I haven't done any of the newer quest lines, like Archie, Morgan, or the newest one. Even though I do have the second arc story perk, I haven't quite got around to doing the quests for them. I'm planning on kind of doing this after these streams, or maybe in between these streams, going through and just doing the quests. But we'll see how that turns out. We're getting close to the quarter of the way mark, which marks the first hour of grinding done. Which is nice to see that the lag has basically gone away too. But yeah. What should I choose for your second rebirth? What did you choose for your first rebirth? I do have a video outlining which perks you should choose, and it covers quite a few specifics. But I would suggest maybe Master Hunter if you're planning on doing like more than 4 rebirths. But if you are only planning on doing like 2 or 3 rebirths, your second one should probably be Lucky Eyes, Ghostly Vision, or Second Story, depending which ones you haven't done already. But yeah. As I said, I do have a video on that, a pretty relatively short one. It's like 5 minutes or something, and covers what you should do if you're like a heavy grinder, casual grinder, planning on casually grinding, or if you're just planning on just getting just casually playing like 1 or 2 rebirths. But yeah. So I'm going to go choose. Yeah, Lucky Eyes is a good idea. I mean, it's the loot bags you can get from it can get you some really good stat pets. But other than that, it's kind of useless, other than the pretty easy stat pets. But yeah, it's good for stats. I can show my summer holidays because I have to do sports, have to drive, have to visit my friend. Yeah, sometimes people's summer gets really crowded. You think it's going to be a time just to chill and do whatever you want, and then it ends up being like tons of stuff that you kind of forget about, visiting friends, family, and stuff. Especially this year, I think I've cousins. Some of my cousins had like 3 weddings this year, so I've had to go, not really in them, but just as guests them, had to go to like 3 weddings, which kind of gets interesting once you hit the 3rd one. You're like, really, another wedding? Wow. But yeah, it's still been a nice summer. I think I have over a month left of summer vacation. My school starts a little bit later than I would have thought, which is kind of nice. It gives me a lot more time to worry about YouTube stuff, because I've kind of been slacking a little bit because of me being busy recently, weddings and such. But yeah, hopefully I can pick up a little bit more YouTube content before school starts and I go on a somewhat of a hiatus. I mean, I'm in the, even if you have access to my VIP server, you can't really join me, since all of the servers other than the initial main hub server you join in a VIP server end up being solo servers, so no one can actually join you in them. Goodbye, Ultron. Oh yeah, no, high school is interesting. I didn't really like high school myself. Headed off to college through Running Start, which was much better in my opinion than high school. But like school in general in the US is just weird, which is kind of annoying that it is the way it is, but you learn to live with it, I guess. Hello, COD. Let's see. Another one of those. 5 more minutes until we hit the hour mark, which is also the quarter of the way mark for the stream. Yeah. So yeah, you can't really, once you're in a VIP server, it's really nice since basically 5 people can be using the same, or as many people as you want can be using the same VIP server, and no one will actually interfere with each other after you leave the main hub. Like even if I teleported back to the main hub now, I would be in a different server than I started in, which is quite nice. It's not being able to be in solo. It does kind of ruin a bit if you want to play with your friends in Backdoor or Ghost World, especially if you want to like fight a boss, like the final boss. I know a lot of people are annoyed not being able to work together on that in a private server. But other than that, it's pretty. I prefer it since I do most things solo anyways, so it doesn't really affect me too much. Yeah, it does require quite a bit of grinding, so it is kind of one of those things that a lot of people move away from eventually. I can't really blame you for it. It does take a lot of time to get anywhere in it. Which is kind of the reason why most of the people who like it really like it, but it does make it really difficult for new people to get into it and actually enjoy it because of how much grinding they have to do to play catch up. There we go. We'll go charge. Looks like we're getting more consistent on the cycle. Not quite being able to do the full cycle that I'm used to, but it is enough of the cycle that don't think I'm missing too much in terms of efficiency. Doesn't stop me from watching your videos. Yeah, I find it pretty interesting to be watching videos or streams and stuff from a game that you don't actually. I'm thankful that people do, but I don't understand why. I guess I'm kind of one of those people that pessimistic, I guess, is the best way. Don't quite understand quite a few things, but it is what it is. Yeah, hopefully at some point soon they do quite a bit of bug patches and quality of life updates. I would hope like next update would be just bug patches and quality of life stuff, like shortening quest lines and making progression easier for free-to-plays and stuff like that. That really does need to get done to help reduce a little bit of the free-to-play grind while keeping the endgame grind the same. Since I think the endgame grind for people with game passes is pretty much perfect for where it should be, in my opinion. But I think the free-to-play grind should be a little bit easier so people can actually get into the game, and actually help it survive a little bit better. But yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Honestly, all games in general are just a time sink. Eventually, you are going to move away from basically every game. So time sinking into something right now isn't. You can make that same argument for basically everything in life. It's mostly just a distraction, which isn't always the best thing to be distracted. But we have hit the 4-hour mark on the stream, so that's good. And I'm not quite tired of grinding gum. We'll see how I am at the end of the 3rd stream. If I regret deciding to do 12 hours worth of gum grinding. But yeah. Oh, interesting. I don't know. Well, hello then, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, time is mostly just to have fun. Honestly, this is why I'm doing it. I know at some point I am going to go leave Ghost Simulator forever, like I've done with a lot of other games at this point. Lots of other games. But for the meantime, it is quite nice to do it, and kind of why doing YouTube is also helpful. Instead of just playing a game for myself, I can share it, and perhaps if other people are enjoying it, that time isn't as wasted once I move on. But yeah. I'm already 4th on the daily leaderboard. Yeah, I was looking at the daily leaderboard before I started, and I realized really wasn't too competitive. When did my gum wear off? Did I even use a gum? I did not use a gum. Oh, yeah. Yeah, YouTube can be pretty weird sometimes. Like, basically anything on computers, some things can just randomly fail and crash, unfortunately. But, yeah, just have to deal with it as it happens. Now, someone on Discord was mentioning turning off your turbocharger and then using glitchy zoom loot. What is it called? Glitchy loot nitro or glitchy nitro loot gum to grind instead of it, and that was making it a lot faster to grind gum, or at least leaderboard stuff. And I'm thinking maybe I'll try at least it that one time during this stream. Probably once this gum wears off, since don't want to, can't really start it in the middle of a gum. And since I do a charge between everyone, it does kind of do a nice refresh. Let's grab those two and go. Yeah, looks like this grind is being pretty consistent. It is a bit slower than what I usually expect from a grind. I guess that is kind of just to be expected from me not having done it in a while. Hopefully we get faster the more of these streams we do, and we can eventually get back up to being able to do full 2 cycles instead of ending here every time. Yeah, because that's getting pretty close to completing a full cycle. Let's see how it is with glitchy nitro loot. So I think they said turn off hoverboard turbocharger and then use just a glitchy nitro loot. Yeah, okay, I don't think this will be faster unless I do a lot of practice, since it's quite fast. Yeah, I don't think that's any time save whatsoever, if I'm being honest, since I just can't control it yet. I realized I probably did quite a bit of practice to be able to, so then probably we're also doing a better route. Not that routes are too dissimilar, but it would affect somewhat. Yeah, I'm used to just using the hoverboard turbocharger, so this is a lot faster than that. Next 10 minutes or 5. I'm not quite sure exactly what you're meaning by this, but so elaboration might be helpful. But yeah, I think we're going to go back to using glitchy, just normal loot gun, since it's much more controllable and used to this rather than the ultra zoom. Doop. Oh yeah, yeah. No, playing on PC definitely has its advantages when it comes to grinding, which is nice. But yeah, I can definitely see how playing on a different platform would, different settings would kind of make it so much harder to grind. I'm kind of glad I have a PC to play on. Makes it so much easier to grind. Let's see. I've hit like every tree at this point, multiple times. It's kind of annoying that those cat ghosts are completely opaque, since the camera won't scroll through them, compared to every other ghost, which is transparent, so your camera can actually go through them. It makes it a little bit more difficult when your camera just flashes in for a brief second, and it just messes me up a little bit. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, it's interesting to just start. People wonder how I'm able to do these streams, and I don't really know what the issue is. But just once you get into the grind of doing this for 4 hours at a time, it makes it really easy just to continuously just do this stuff. Yeah, once you get used to one platform, it's hard to switch over. Settings are different, you move differently, and it feels just awkward. It's like learning new methods on cubes, I guess. I'm getting into the zone at this point. Not really too much to think about. It's kind of nice. I've been playing a lot of or a little bit of Minecraft recently. Just casually working on a few small projects in the realm that I have open to people. So that's been kind of what I've been doing recently. Not really too much Ghost Sim. I have gone up to 10 rebirths, which does mean I have got my second Ecto Token Tycoon, which I haven't really got too much use out of it yet. But it will be, once you start getting a lot of those tycoons added up, they start adding up quite nicely. Allow you to grind quite a bit of gems, short amount of time. Unfortunately, since the race update, there has been really, bosses are much slower, which is really, really annoying since that's kind of what you rely on for Ecto tokens. So it kind of made that a little bit more annoying. Time will see if they ever get that fixed up, since even in the quests that they added in that update, they remarked that bosses were only meant to be every 10 minutes, or bosses are meant to be every 10 minutes. And so that's definitely a bug that, or not a bug, or an oversight at least, that it's 10 minutes between each event, and it's making it not 10 minutes between bosses. But it really slows down like rebirths, and also grinding Ecto tokens for gems, which is kind of the whole point of the Ecto Token Tycoon. So we'll see how that goes. There goes my gum. I think around 10. Yeah, I have 10 rebirths. I just got my 10th. Ghostly Vision, Lucky Eyes, 2 streams, all the basic ones. 2 Ecto Token Tycoons, 4 Divine Sets total. It's duplicated since, I don't know why, but it is duplicated. 3 Oculuses, 1 Spirit Seer. How are these Oculuses looking? Looks like my Oculuses are almost level up to 13, which is really nice to see that they are getting up there in levels. But yeah, Sigyn Arc, of course, and then almost have 60% gem drops, which isn't bad. It's a little bit worse than what I'd hoped for after 10 rebirths, but as I said, not bad at all. Don't think I've ever had. I think I've had like once had a plus 10% from a rebirth in terms of gems, and yeah. Yeah, hopefully I do get a glitchy rift gum from this, these 12 hours of grinding. I really hope so, since that would be so much better for just advertisement, or not advertisement, but for like progression. Then did I skip something? I feel like I skipped something. Yeah, I think I skipped Bloxbite HQ. Oh well. Not too big of a deal, I guess. What if they make it so that you can buy specific gums for the currency of the world you're in? I think that would be kind of game-breaking in a sense. Since, for instance, like Rift Gum and Boss Gum are really useful. And putting a price on that in terms of currencies, where some people with really good pet stats would be able to just buy like infinite gums of the best, whereas other people would be struggling just to get one. It just isn't really feasible. I like how they did it with items. Maybe being able to get specific items, or turning in specific items for specific gums and stuff like that, would be feasible for them to add, but even that I don't really think they'd ever add. I mean, it would be nice, but it would also be kind of overpowered. Uh, I think the leaderboard's kind of either slowed down or I've been a little bit slower recently and let someone pass me. So someone said I was at 4th. Sometimes those leaderboards just kind of freeze, unfortunately. But yeah, it's one of the mini bugs that's been in the game forever. Like the reset timer for the leaderboard being off by like 12 hours. It's just annoying, honestly, seeing a lot of those bugs. The rare gums would be pricey. Yeah, but pricey for some is considered relatively cheap for others. For instance, the main thing holding endgame grinders back now from getting like high tier classifieds like Cosmic Wing is not actually the gem costs of the crates themselves, but more of just the time it takes to get those gems and then open the boxes for it. For instance, getting a Cosmic Wing, heavy grinders end up having to spend, like, they don't need to spend too much time grinding for the currencies to convert to gems, but the gems, since there is a kind of a cooldown on the gem converters, it just takes them like 10 hours or something to convert the necessary gems for a Cosmic Wing. Which is ridiculous that they're spending that much time just sitting on a computer having an auto clicker just click it for them. So yeah, some like making good ideas. You have to bear in mind the extremes of new people and also both new people and heavy grinders. Most people are usually erring on the side of new players, being like, oh, this would really help new players being able to get just glitchy loot gum from stuff. And they forget that high-end gamers or grinders would be able to access that same thing, which would more or less break something. For instance, if you make items drop more or some free-to-play way to get more gems, people with game passes and who have good pets and are grinding would also be able to take advantage, which would just make it so much more unbalanced for them. Being able to get, like, if they added like a 1.5 times item drops from Rebirth Pass, I think has been one of the more recommended ones. It'd end up being quite bad, mostly just because 1.5 is a bad number since there's some items that drop one of it. But also, if heavy grinders had that, they'd be able to get, instead of it just 8 times the amount of items, they'd be getting 12 times the amount of items, which would make it that much more unbalanced for them. I think one of the... Yeah. Yeah, I also don't think really there should be any. You should really get anything from like getting rid of pets, since it would just kind of get annoying at some points. Since people are you have to realize, there's actually quite a few people out there who can just fill up their inventory like with the godlies pretty easily, and so basically getting something from each of those, even though a lot of people would consider it pretty hard to get those pets, so they think it'd be worth quite a bit. You have to realize there's also people out there that are just deleting because it's a waste of inventory space. So I don't really think that people should, but you know, that's my opinion from my grinder sense of view. I mean, maybe a crafting, or not really crafting, but like, how did I describe that? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that's really would work out quite the way you guys are thinking. Um, it would work the way you guys are thinking, but I don't think the ramifications for smallest changes like that are really hard to predict. Like when they added gum, I think they designed that just kind of as a small thing, and it's turned into this whole big thing for grinders, where it really helps out your game progression, and is kind of the something that you have to be worrying about. And when they added it, they kind of just did, oh, this sounds good. Gum types are like, oh, okay, and I mean, it looks nice, but you have to realize, if small changes like adding gum or something can really change how things work. But yeah. Like being able to sell stuff, it basically allow people, if you are selling for gems as you guys are talking about, I mean, I don't think commons would be there. I think you probably would assume that commons would sell a lot less than half the crate, like maybe 1% or a 10%, probably closer to that 1%. But that really starts adding up over time for people who are unboxing quite a bit, where it just kind of either just changes how it works quite a bit. I mean, you could add like machines, but I feel like also at the same time, instead of worrying about new additions to Ghost Simulator, a little bit of care should be taken to what's already in a game. For example, the incinerator is kind of still useless. I mean, gum machines have been added, which does give a use to items, which has been like the major thing why Incinerator kind of needed a buff. But Incinerator is still there, sitting pretty useless, which it doesn't really make too much sense for the game. But yeah. Hello. But yeah, I think, like, honestly, people are really quick to suggest ideas, which is good. But sometimes you need to think there's a lot of ramifications that it's really hard to think about, as to why, even though you think it'd be a great addition to the game, really shouldn't be added to the game. I've made quite a few suggestions like that, which, yeah, I can't remember any off the top of my head. Maybe because I'm purposely not remembering any. But yeah, I've made horrible suggestions to the game, which make no sense now. I think like one of the first things was being able to toggle your inventory, which I realize now would kind of be a little bit annoying, having a toggle for your inventory, since, you know, having too many hotkey toggles starts to get in the way of the actual gameplay. But we'll see. Yeah, Ghost Sim has a really difficult rebirth system. Mostly just because of how they have the game laid out. It's meant to be a grindy game, so they make it a grindy way to rebirth. Instead of like you press 3 buttons and you can rebirth, like a lot of other games have, which starts to get really shallow after a while, which isn't really Ghost Simulator's type. It's really meant to be a large role-playing game, meant to have a lot of depth to the lore, and gameplay and stuff like that, which a shallow quick rebirth system wouldn't allow the game to be. Having people go through questline after questline just to rebirth is kind of nice. I mean, obviously there are some problems with the rebirth mechanics. I personally do not like the discrepancy between pay to win and free to play, especially in the backdoor. For instance, if grinding through the backdoor as a pay to win person like myself, I take less than an hour to go from antenna level 11 to 10 to level 20 and start Agent Blaze. Whereas people without my level of pets, without grinding for gum, without game passes, would take closer to 10 to 15 hours to make that progress, which is a ridiculous discrepancy, which could get fixed if they nerfed like a game pass. So instead of double item drops and loot gum, instead of it working multiplying 2 times 4 to be 8 times, it just added, so plus 100% from the game pass, plus 300% from the loot gum equals times 5 overall, so plus 400% from 100%. And then also increasing the item drops throughout the backdoor, which is something that a lot of people have just straight up requested, but you do kind of need it also because I just think double items is too overpowered, personally. So I feel like that nerf would be pretty consistent, allow the game to be a little bit more playable for everyone. And I mean, the math worked out so that there's like a less than a 10% nerf in some cases and a little bit more than 10% buff in some cases to the item drops overall, since if you are buffing item drops by like 50% ish from one item to drop from per to 1 to 2, so you either get 1 or 2, it 5 times 1.5 is 7.5 compared to the normal 8. It's a lot better. And then when you take into account that without using gum with double items, you end up getting quite a bit more than you normally would. It just turns out to be quite a bit overall like buff to everyone, I guess. A much bigger buff to free-to-play players who, when using gum, would be getting like a substantially better. But yeah. Yeah, it's a complicated. I mean, it is complicated, the idea itself, and kind of hard to explain what exactly I mean. And I don't see it getting added, honestly. It's more of just one of those things that I think would personally fit really well and might be actually hard to implement, and even not even have the desired effect. But I think it would be pretty decent to see in game. Instead of all the perks stacking, multiplying, giving a huge advantage to people with the 2 times items, instead just giving a small advantage, and still allowing people to grind for gum without it. Since as is, it's pretty difficult to grind gum without 2 times items. I don't know if you have to kind of like, you're better off buying gum with, or buying gum by trading for it. Buying was the wrong word there. Trading for gum using like pets and stuff, which I don't really see the point of, since instead of grinding, you're trading, which I prefer grinding over trading in this respect. But yeah, you know, there's a lots of different things that can be changed in the game, and I don't think any of them really will be. I mean, it would be nice to see some changes, but at the same time, it's really hard to put that time into figuring out how to change the game and all the ramifications of it to make it not a bad change. Like there's been times where they've done changes. I can't remember. I remember when they changed Split the Worlds. That was an interesting time for the game. When they used to have Ghost World and Main Hub in the same world, and they split those up, and that just created a really obnoxious. It used to be a really clean grind, or it used to be a decent grind with using the normal, and then they split the world to reduce lag, but that completely killed off the gem grinding tactics. which was really bad until they like a year later added the Soul Tycoon. But yeah. So small changes can make a pretty big impact. Let's see, we're about an hour and 30 minutes in, so we have about 2.5 hours left of grinding. Hopefully I can get through enough of this to feel like I'm doing something. But yeah. Yeah, it's I think the biggest thing I want to see in Ghost Simulator in like the next 2 updates would be quality of life and bug fixes. Since currently there's quite a few bugs in the game. Broken Bit Tycoon, or yeah, the broken Ecto Bit Tycoon is probably the most annoying one currently. Followed by Ghost being invisible, but that's a long time bug. There is a relatively easy fix too. And then yeah, there's a lot of just small annoyances. Refiguring out some Ghost World quest lines so they're easier. Since currently Shelly is a little bit disproportionate, especially when you compare them or compare any of the Ghost World quest lines to stuff in the backdoor or main hub, and you can see what I mean about disproportionate. Like, for instance, the turbocharger, comparing Yoko's quest line to Riley's, it's much more difficult for a similar geared perk where it increases your mobility. So I think that's kind of a necessary one. Maybe, as I said, figuring out some way to allow pay-to-wins to grind better, since currently it's a little bit, that discrepancy is a little bit big in my opinion. But yeah. Bye. Stay safe. There you go. Yeah, I'm glad that the lag has gone away now. It's always concerning when I start a stream and there's just a ton of lag to begin with. It's good. I'm glad now that lag's basically gone away. I haven't seen it, I think, in over an hour now. But yeah, it looks like we're also number 3 on the leaderboard, which is fascinating to see. We might end up getting number 1. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see how far we get on the leaderboard today. I think we're pretty much guaranteed to get the 2 spot. It really depends how much the first person's playing. I think actually they're currently already out of my 4-hour grind limit. So yeah, not really going to be getting first on the daily leaderboard, but I think second should be pretty easy. Assuming the heavy grinders don't come in, I'm not usually too much competing for the daily leaderboard, but yeah, just every once in a while I end up getting on there. It is nice to see getting on the leaderboard like that, even if it doesn't really mean much in the scope of things. But yeah. Yes. Have a good day too. I realize a lot of people, I don't really stream at the most, or the best time for most people. It kind of just the time that works the best for me currently. I like to go to sleep early, which usually means I can't stream at night, which is when most people do end up streaming, which is probably when most people are available to watch streams, which, you know, it's just kind of how it works out, I guess. But yeah, I'll probably be alternating between second and third quite a bit, since the person who is the other one is actually grinding. I think they usually grind every day, Nona, and they do quite a bit more grinding than I ever do, and so it's nice to see people like that do grinds every day, for the leaderboard, and just Ghost Simulator in general. I'm not really one of those that does it every day. It's more like once a week at best, maybe a little bit more often when I get in the mood. But yeah, with rebirths being added, a lot of people are doing those instead of grinding for the leaderboard, which makes it a lot nicer for people who do want to do just like the leaderboard once, just for the feeling of it. Makes it so much easier for them. But yeah, I think, yeah, at some point I do want to, I am thinking about maybe grinding for like top 15 on the global leaderboard, but I think the math for that turned out to be like 3 weeks straight or something that I had to have to grind in terms of hours, which I don't have that time. I mean, I do, but I don't think I would be putting that time into Ghost Simulator would be the best idea, even if it would be quite fun. Yikes. It's about 10 a.m. for me, 10:30 a.m. So, I realize most people do nights for watching YouTube a lot more than they do in the morning. But like, my school schedule for most quarters now is going to be night classes, like for next quarter, which starts in about a month for me. Every single class is from like 6 to 8:30 or something. Just like that. So it's interesting to have those. Have just so mornings work just so much better for me for streaming. And then I can worry about other stuff later on. But yeah. Yeah, let's see. Hello, Victor. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it's been a while since I last did. I think it's been over a week since my last video on this channel, which, saying that out loud, I realize how bad that is. Some of it's been I've been busy, some of it's been I've been lazy. It's just been bad. So hopefully these streams help to get me back into being more active in terms of YouTube. I mean, honestly, I should probably, instead of just playing whatever games I get playing, I should record something for it. It isn't too difficult to do that. I didn't feel like it, I guess. And most of it's been mobile games, which I haven't done really any content on mobile games, so starting content on mobile games would be something new. Hello, Alex. And also, let's see. Yeah, this not been the most efficient. Yeah, I'm usually a little bit more efficient when I'm doing it myself, which kind of makes sense. I'm not distracted as much or as laggy, but it's much more easy to get into the groove when I'm doing a stream. I'm not like sometimes I start, I'm like, ooh, I'm going to grind gum today. just by myself, and then I start grinding gum, and 2 gums go by, and I'm like, oh, I want to go do something else. I'm bored. And then at that point, I kind of give up on grinding gum, and it's 4 minutes of grinding gum, and that's it. But yeah, that's kind of why streams are nice. It gives me, yeah. Let's see. I am starting to think about making like coding on Roblox. I'm not Ghost Simulator now. Sorry, Roblox in general. Just thinking about learning it. And I've started, but as in placed 1 or 2 blocks and then moved on, for like 3 times in a row. Now, in terms of like games and stuff, like developing my own game or something. Or at least learning how I can develop my own games, so I have that knowledge in my toolbox if I ever need it. But working on like Roblox stuff in general. Hello C14, yeah, I actually do. You've shown up in quite a few of my streams a long time ago when I actually was doing them, since I haven't done any really recently. But yeah, as I said, I'm learning and I'm realizing how like complicated it can get. Yeah, I'm debating on that. It would be kind of fun to make my own game or something. I realize it probably turn out pretty awful to begin with, but you know, it would definitely be something fun I'd do, where I just kind of learn how to make a game, code up the stuff I need, and make in general. I stopped watching you for like 2 weeks. Projects. I don't think I've actually made any videos or streams in the last 2 weeks, so I think that worked out quite nicely, for you at least. What are your rebirth stats? I'm currently sitting at, I've done my 10th rebirth, I think. Yeah, I've done 10 rebirths, 2 tycoons, 4 divine sets, and then all the permanent stuff like Lucky Eyes and stuff like that. So, I'm not too bad in terms of rebirths. I kind of want to get more, but 10 itself is kind of a nice number to be at. But if I got more, I'd probably go for some more Ecto Token Tycoons, since those start adding up quite nicely, and does offer a decent way to be grinding gems, since you can server hop for bosses and the Dino King from main hub. That just turns out pretty nicely. Hello, Kyle. Yeah, there's some people are just, there's a lot more heavy grinders that do a lot more grinding than I do. So currently I think the highest person has 100 rebirths. I don't know if they've done more yet, but like that's a ton of rebirths for one person to have. And if I guess if I was focusing on that, I could get away with doing that. But I don't want to, I guess. Let's see. How's the goal leaderboard looking? Almost hitting those 100 marks. Another person's almost at the E's. Let's see. What is my? Oh, ooh, I'm almost at 5. I'll hit probably 5 trillion. Is it trillion or is it billion? I think it's trillion. 5 trillion ecto this stream. Which is quite a bit, until you start comparing me to the people who actually grind Ghost Simulator. People with like, I think I'd need 6 times this to get onto the leaderboard at least. I remember correctly, it's around 30 or high 20s, I think, for the 15th person. Maybe higher now. I mean, it is only going up. But yeah. Yeah. Some people are quite crazy in the amount of time they've put into grinding Ghost Simulator, and I am not one of those. As much as it does seem like I grind Ghost Simulator a lot, I honestly don't. Basically, most of it is me just doing streams for it. I mean, I do a bit of stuff off camera, but most of the grinding I do end up doing is kind of recorded, and so, yeah. I think most of my rebirths, though, happened, or a little bit of my rebirths have happened off camera, but as a whole, most of what you guys see is about all I do in terms of playing Ghost Simulator, which, when you start thinking about it, it's kind of a little bit on the low end. Hey, this is like first time I can fall stream. They're mostly in the middle of the night, but I always see them after stream's done. Yeah, I'm not the best in terms of, I know a lot of people have that same struggle. They're like, oh, your streams are at an inopportune time for me, which is kind of unfortunate. I probably should think about scheduling streams later on in the day instead of doing them this early in the morning. But I am nice that people are still enjoying my stuff. I'm excited for summer update. I don't think they are planning on a summer update, like an event. But yeah. And it's nice to see people joining the streams. It's kind of the only reason I do them. Or not the only reason I do them, but it is nice to see. It's not the only reason. Oh my goodness, I should stop rambling. I should think about what I'm saying for like 5 seconds. Yeah. No, it's... Well, it is nice to see updates in Ghost Simulator. Even if they're not always the best, and sometimes not exactly what's expected, it's still nice to see that it's getting updates. Summer design competition? May have been for stuff like just limited store or thinking about it. Who really knows? Sometimes the competitions are just have a little bit of community engagement, rather than looking for design ideas. But honestly, there is still enough time for them to squeeze in a summer update. Unfortunately, we are starting to get towards like Halloween update, which once we get near to the Halloween event, like it ends up being Halloween event, Christmas event, which is basically 2 months of no content filled updates, just event stuff, which does hurt the game, or not hurt the game. Isn't those events really do quite a bit to the game itself, boosting like popularity and such, but like they hurt the progression of the game, not having those 2 months of updates. So it'd be nice to get some content updates before we hit the Halloween events, the Halloween and Christmas events, since, you know, I like progression. Yeah, we'll see. 10 more minutes until we hit the halfway mark on this stream. Plan on streaming for 4 hours. And I'm already started rambling a little too much, so we'll see how the ramblings go by the end of it. It's been a while since I last did a stream, though, so, you know. Yeah, I'm planning on doing, as I say in the description of the video, I am planning on converting all the gum I get at the same time in like its own video. Um, I keep thinking about it. I'm like, really, is that worthy of a video? Because that's like 5 seconds. I mean, I can stretch it out a little bit, but I don't know. I'm still on the fence on that one. How I'm going to make that interesting. We'll see. I guess I can include some dramatic stuff about how I was grinding it. Include that as like a prelude for like 30 seconds, I guess. So I've been grinding for a while or something. Something mysterious like that. And then slowly do like 50 gums at a time to see what I get. I don't know. Yeah, I actually already have a Discord server if you check the description of some of my latest videos. I'm pretty sure it's in the description of the stream. I'm not really caring too much about it. It's mostly just kind of a there for now thing where it's kind of small, not much going on. But yeah. Yeah, that would be... Highlight videos like that for stream highlights and stuff actually do take a little bit of effort or quite a lot. Mostly I just need a better like editing software, I guess, since the current one I'm using kind of crashes when I do too much editing for stuff like this, for like highlights over a long video, but yeah. Yeah, probably will do something like that. Gum grinding marathon. Yeah, that does sound like a decent title. Probably more like finale or something like that. But yeah, the hope is to get some rift gum from it, which isn't really too high of a chance, but it would be cool nonetheless. Also, we'll be getting quite a bit of glitchy boss gum, which will help out later on, I guess. If we ever have a, if I ever go back to grinding final, would be the biggest thing, since that is really the only time to use that effectively. But yeah. Hello, can I join? Currently, I'm playing in a private server, so unfortunately, no one's able to join me. Even if you have access to the private server, it is a solo server anywhere other than the main hub. So yeah. Is it annoying when you do the overcharge, that one ghost is like half a stud too far and it doesn't die? Yeah, that does get a little bit annoying. Fortunately, where I'm doing it, on the extents, I'm either picking, they're either alive, they're usually alive on the way back, so I can just pick them up there, really easily. Or I don't see them die, or see them not die, so that works out pretty nicely, too. But yeah. Yeah, that's kind of annoying, honestly. Just not really any way around it, though, so you just have to live with it when it happens. I mean, the overchargeability could be bigger, but not really something that I don't think that's even worth bringing up. That's usually why I overcharge in this corner, since it more or less hits everything except for this one ghost. And so I don't really need to worry about it as much. Since missing one ghost over the, let's see, 12 per area, over the 48 that I'm doing at a time, doesn't, I mean, may add up over time, but it also really doesn't change too much. But about 2%. Any tips on how to be more inspired or committed to a game? I mean, other than streaming, get in, or, ooh, yeah, how to make sure that the games that you're getting involved with, you want to be getting involved with. And then set, like, goals or something. Usually games have their own goals, like unlockables or quests, which are good, but set, like, other goals beyond those, different goals, so that you have different stuff to be doing in it. For instance, I want to do, get a certain item, or, I want, and don't make them, like, too big, but make them long enough that you would have to actually put in time for it. And then make sure you understand the game before trying to play it. Like, understand how Ghost Simulator works before trying to get into Ghost Simulator, since not understanding it could really be different. Oh, can we see your inv maybe later? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean by see my inventory, if you mean pets or boards. Most of my inventory is pretty basic for someone that's done my level of grinding, I guess. Of course, I have my idea of basic is usually myself anyway, so, it doesn't really explain much. But, like, decent array of everything, would be probably the best way to put it. Nothing really good. I mean, board-wise, I have a glow jet because I got lucky enough to unbox it randomly at one point. But other than that, it's pretty much the stuff you'd expect. Yeah, setting goals, and just not getting burnt out, I guess, is the biggest thing. So if you taking breaks, I get doesn't hurt too much, as long as you're taking it just a break and planning on going back to it. For instance, only doing like an hour or so every day is a lot better than doing 7 hours in one day every week. Because that hour every day starts to add up. I know I'm not the best person to be saying that, since I am really good at doing 4 hours a day and then nothing the rest of the week on Ghost Simulator. That is more or less the only way I grind, is hours at a time and then nothing in between. But yeah, no, it's... Yeah, you're probably better off asking someone else. I'm not the best person to be giving advice on how to do that, because I'm a little bit different in terms of stuff. When is the video on the higher tier classifieds? I'm actually planning on doing that between these streams. So maybe expect it sometime in the next week, I'd say. I kind of need to get a few things before then, since I am kind of planning on getting some higher tiers myself, and it is kind of something that I botched up the mid-tier classifieds video. It was pretty horribly made. I rushed it a little bit too much, so I need to actually spend a little bit of time on this higher tier one, and think about it quite a bit more. So it's actually turns out pretty good. But yeah. Why did I start my channel? Honestly, I think it's kind of that same reason why everyone starts a YouTube channel. Like, most people have a YouTube channel and they just decide to do it because they've watched lots of YouTube and they think it looks really fun. I kind of got my start back in where Minecraft was the only thing on YouTube, or at least the only thing I watched, where it was like everyone was playing Minecraft and it looked really fun. And then I started my channel and then started doing random stuff for like every month, or every other month on sometimes. It was really inconsistent in the beginning. Not that I'm consistent now, but I just kind of got into it, started doing a little bit more. Found Ghost Simulator and then started doing Ghost Simulator videos at some point, and then realized that, you know, I like Ghost Simulator and I kind of wanted to start YouTube up again. So I started doing a lot more content on Ghost Simulator, and now I'm here. But yeah, it's pretty much the basic story that most people have when doing stuff like YouTube. You start it because you saw other people doing it and it looked fun. So you start out at 0 subscribers. You do your first video, all excited. It gets no views. 3 months later, you do your next video, and someone ends up watching it because, you know, you accidentally click play on it one time, and you thinking, and then eventually you just end up growing. It's quite interesting. But yeah. What do you think about the new Roblox cursor? I mean, honestly, it's new, but like it's a cursor. It's pretty much fades into the background after the first 5 seconds of you seeing it. Everyone knows what a cursor is. Everyone knows what it does. So a new one doesn't really change much. It is smaller, which is nice. Which I think is kind of what they've been trying to do, is make everything look a lot more smoother and smaller and more, just look nicer, which, you know, is nice. It is different, but as I said, everything changes not as I said, everything does change eventually, so, you know, you get used to it after a few changes. It's like their logo. They changed their logo at one point, just to make it simpler and stuff, which a lot of people are like, oh no, they changed their logo. That's not good. And then now it's like, everyone's like, no one even remembers that they did at some point change their logo to something completely different. Which just goes to show that, you know, it's changes kind of gets unnoticed. Especially when it's just something that you've just gotten used to, and then it gets changed. That's kind of like, if you've gotten used to something and then it gets changed to something else, that's kind of like, okay, it makes sense since you can get used to the new thing, and then if it makes more sense for newer players, it does help. Is the jetpack worth the grind? I would say so. It's actually a really relatively quick thing. I'd recommend grinding all of Backdoor just by itself, and then working on Riley and then Rowan at the same time. Since while you're working on their quests, you can work on one set of ghosts while letting the other set respawn for the other NPC. And just saves quite a bit of time doing them both at the same time. Since there's so much overlap between them. But yeah. You don't, yeah, I mean, it's different, but, yeah. What month was I born in? Great question. I don't know if sharing that personal information is the best thing to be doing on, public platforms, so, yeah. I don't know if I'll share that. But yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Usually when I'm going through Spaceship, when I go through Spaceship during a rebirth, I just kind of teleport and then grab those 3 sets of ghosts and then go, goes charge and then teleport back, since climbing ladders is a no-go when you're doing stuff with like doing stuff quickly, since climbing a ladder just takes forever, which is kind of why I have the jetpack for doing gum grinding, since, you know, without this I'd have to climb the Agent's HQ ladder every single time, or figure out some other method of getting back up, which doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Jetpack is just one jump and you're up. Which makes it so much better. And there goes my gum. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Where are we at time-wise? We're a little bit over the halfway mark. I just realized that now. So that's pretty nice, I guess, for the stream. Depending on how you see it. It's been a good stream so far, so the fact that we've already got to the halfway point is kind of nice. Especially since I'm kind of getting to the point. I have no idea what to say. But yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I always hear about people losing their Roblox accounts. I think the best thing that you can do is hook up an email to it, which I know some people don't really know exactly what that means or how to do that or why they do that. But like hooking up an email and not just, yeah, it's one of those things where it is something that you realize how silly it is not doing, but at the time that you're not doing it, it makes no sense on why you would do it. It is just weird. But yeah. There's also, if you do contact like Roblox support, usually they can, even if you haven't done an email, hooked up an email to your account, they usually can even recover your account. I know I had a friend, long time ago, a friend lost their Roblox account because they're being, our group effort of being silly, had their account compromised and everything like that. And then like three years later or something, they finally like contacted Roblox support, and they were actually still able to help get the account back, even though it had been like a few years since the original account was lost. All they really needed was, I think, the account username, which if you don't know your account username, that's, I can understand not knowing an account username. I mean, it sounds silly not knowing an account username, but it is definitely feasible not remembering what account username you've used for something. Especially when you start including tons of random numbers or letters or something like that, which is kind of common when you have a lot of people, free username signups where people just take every relevant username. But yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's usually where it ends up. You're too young to really understand how it works. Like, I remember when I was young in first grade in my account, I really didn't know what I was doing. And fortunately, I did not lose access to my account. But I could definitely see young me losing access to accounts like that because I forgot the password, because I don't know what numbers are, or I forgot what numbers are and stuff like that. And just silly stuff like that where you lose an account. But yeah. Yeah, when I created my account, I was probably a little too young to be using Roblox. It was like 8 years ago now. And I was like 10. So I created an account and had no idea what I was doing. I'd play random obbies, or tycoons too, and just, you know, friend everyone in the server because, you know, why not? Stuff like that, where it's just basically doing silly stuff 10 years ago or 8 years ago in the community. Playing the egg hunt game, but having no idea what was going on, so you end up leaving it and never figuring it out. I have eggs from like 6 years or 5 years ago or something that I just joined the egg hunt and found a few and had no idea what was even going on. So what is your favorite board? I don't really have a favorite board. I really like the purple one, like Glismata and Ghost Surfer. But not too much there. What is your opinions on races in Ghost Hunter Yuwu? I feel like Ghost Hunter Yuwu would have been better as an infinite questline. It would have made a lot more sense to everyone and maybe position them maybe not in there. I also feel like races, the way they are originally implemented was way too basic to be alternating with bosses, which are like a really well-developed part of the game. Yeah, I have a lot of opinions on races. So it really needed to be something a lot more on the side than alternating with, and so seeming to be the same importance as bosses to most people. It needed to be like its own little thing where like a boss, like a final or something, where you'd have to wait in a certain area. And then that'd start every once in a while. I feel like also the reward distribution for races is a little bit whack. With only 3, because if you're in a server with 12 people and everyone does the race, you aren't 75% of those people aren't getting a reward whatsoever. Whereas if you go into like a server, private server with just yourself, every single race you'll get the gold. I think maybe a proportionate amount of loot bags should be given out. So like everyone gets like a third place loot bag or a bronze loot bag renamed, since it's no longer just for third place. And so everyone gets a prize. Maybe also have the gold and silver loot bags proportionate out so that first place can get some silver loot bags too. So that there is a reason to go for first in like a server of 9 people if you only want silver loot bags. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was not fleshed out enough in the first introduction of it. It really needed a little bit more stuff, since it was incredibly basic. Now with the boost pads, it's a little bit better, but I still think like it came with too much problems to really be worth doing. Goodbye. Sorry I left my battery. Yeah, that's fine. Things happen. If you guys can't make it to the stream, don't feel like you're obligated to. Something I don't recommend people to be watching YouTube for too long, since it does turn into a giant time sink. We are starting to lose our second place. It looks like they are grinding quite heavily, and I don't think we're going to have enough time to squeeze out getting first place. Since it looks like they're also grinding. So we'll probably get third place at the end of the stream. But for now we can just keep on grinding, I guess. But yeah, I think races needed to be a little bit longer in development, personally, instead of the rushed stuff that we get now. The timer shouldn't be. It should be a 5-minute instead, since that is what Yuwu even says, is that it should be 10 minutes between the bosses that in the main hub, so it shouldn't be like the current 20 minute, 10 minutes for race, 10 minutes then for another boss, 10 minutes for a race, 10 minutes for another boss that currently is, which is really annoying when you're doing quests like Yoko and stuff like that. So yeah. Let's see, there's a lot of things that were said and I am missing them all because I'm focused a little bit too much on grinding. Yeah, I haven't done you, and I'm not really planning on doing anymore. I did I've done 2 quests of her so far, I think. And that was more than I was planning on doing. I don't know why I did that 7 race one. I was planning on just doing like 4 races and calling that good. But now I'm in a few more, and I guess it's just one of those things that I'll passively end up doing a few races every once in a while. So, which I guess is kind of what it's planned to do. But it's going to be a slow process if I ever do. I'm not really ever planning on grinding straight for it, since it's not really what you're meant to do. But yeah, it would help if like races were also in where you'd grind, like Ghost World and Backdoor. Being able to work on those quests there instead of just having to sit around in the main hub server forever to do stuff. But yeah. Are you going to go to normal servers later? Probably not. I'm really only planning on doing grind this stream. Not really planning on mingling with fans and stuff, unfortunately. Since I have a agenda in mind for these streams. And I want to stick to it. Missions should also be in the back. Oh, I should... yeah. Yeah, it would be nice. I'm not saying they should, but yeah, they should. It would really help with getting them done, so instead of it could be a lot more passive than having to do main hub stuff, since you're only in the main hub for like an hour out of every time you do a rebirth, and most of that time is not going to be spent doing races. Really the only time you're going to do races is when you're working on Yoko, you server hop to a 15-second timer, and you want to wait it out because you need a boss, and it turns into a race, and you're like, why not waste 30 minute of my time doing a race? Yeah, I feel like they could have definitely been better developed. Basically just have a reward distribution change, little bit more obvious what Yuu's intent was as an NPC, and then the races also being more complicated. A turn would not go badly currently, the fact that it's just straight. The boost pads have helped a little bit, but adding like a turn somewhere in there would be pretty easy to do, and also make it a little bit more interesting to figure out dynamics and stuff, since currently I think it's still a little too basic, even with the boost pads. How many rebirths am I planning on getting? I don't know, actually. I was planning on getting up to 10, which I have actually already done. So I've got the 10 that I've planned on doing. I don't know how many more after this. Obviously, I'm guessing maybe another perk at some point. But yeah. Oh, when I start talking, I can say some. I can, yeah. Nah, it's. A lot of the changes that people do think of for games really isn't what the developers doesn't really make sense to the developers, which sometimes that is a good thing that the developers are saying no to an idea, since sometimes they are awful ideas. And then there's other times where you think it's a really good idea to be added to the game, and the developers say no, either because it takes too much effort, which is a valid thing. Developers don't have too much time, so if something takes too long to implement, it doesn't make too much sense. But yeah. Let's see. Yep, goodbye everyone. I realize these are probably the worst time streams ever. I need to, like... if I had a more opportune time, I probably would. But as it is, it's pretty much just evening or mornings that I have opening. So that's kind of just when I stream. I mean, I could figure out stuff at night occasionally, but I don't know. I'd have to actually, think about it then and plan for it a lot more. Since in the morning I can think about it at night and then plan it there. Whereas when I get up in the morning, I'm not usually thinking too much about it. I'm usually more like, ooh, what can I do right now? And end up playing like 5 hours of random other games like Minecraft. But yeah. Let's see. About an hour and 40 minutes left. If for anyone keeping track other than me. Since, I've realized not too many other people care too much much longer the stream's lasting. It's something that only I usually pay attention to. And sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be paying too much attention to the time and should just let the streams go on until I get tired of it. While at other times I'm like, yeah, I want to have a strict deadline. Alright. I think I'll be quiet for a while. Probably also need to drink some water. But we are in the middle of a gum right now, so I guess we'll have to get that. Maybe take a little bit of time now to go over what I've got so far, since I've probably got a lot of items, since I'm used to usually doing an hour at a time then converting. So I'm not really used to having more than like 1,000 of a given item. And currently I probably am getting close to that 2,000 mark. Potentially on some items. So we'll go see that. Go check out my inventory, since some people were asking about that. About an hour ago, I realized. But, better late than never, I guess. What do I think of the second arc thing? I think it's interesting. Honestly, it's not something... It's going to be more of the storyline aspect, which I'm not too heavily invested in the storyline aspect of Ghost Simulator. That was a lot of moon badges in one burst. But yeah, so it's not really something I'm too much interested in. It's good to see that the game is still doing more lore stuff. But they're not bringing too much like game progression part, which is what I'm more interested in, is stuff to grind, which unfortunately isn't going to be included. But yeah, let's see. Let's sort by rarity so I can actually, find stuff. 4,000 ecto coffees, 4,100 blocks by tokens. Whoa. Ton of USBs. You end up with so much USBs, since I do start in the USB area, so I end up with a lot more of those than I do anything else. Odd number of those. I don't like odd numbers of chests, so not too hard to deal with. Let's see. Yeah, okay, a decent amount of anonymouses for now, but I'll need to get more at some point. In terms of pets, pretty basic pets, tons of other random stuff. I know someone was asking, so I thought I'd give a little quick scroll through of my inventory. Lots of random limiteds, nothing really worth too much. Just tons of random stuff is probably the best way to put it. Snowflake. That's probably the coolest thing I own. But yeah. Some cool stuff from 2019 Halloween event that I've either traded for or unboxed originally. But yeah, lots of random stuff. Hoverboards is pretty much the same thing. A few classifieds here since I have some inventory space to unbox boards, whereas pets don't really have too much inventory space, which has nothing to do with the fact that I have over 300 purples. It's everything to do with that. But yeah, just a random array of stuff, a lot of egg drops because, why not? And yeah. Oh, must have been doing a little bit of unboxing that I forgot about. But yeah. How did you get so much ghostly gum? Actually, that was all from grinding the last Easter event or spring event, I guess, the Metaverse event. One of those three names. I can't remember exactly which one I was used. No, it was an Easter event. But that last event, I grinded a ton of, and then the emeralds that I had spare, which was like 300,000 or some spare emeralds I had, all got converted into gum, which gave me a ton of ghostly gum that I am never going to use, which is kind of just how it works in some cases. The main way you can see it is in my ghostly loot gum. Anything other than that, I do have more glitchy anyways, so it kind of gets overshadowed by the fact I have glitchy gum. Like instance here, I have over double the amount of glitchy than I have ghostly. Same here. Not here since I've been using quite a bit of X gum. But yeah, just in general, it's been pretty much same. Pretty much double. Every case. Other than like the newer gums, since they didn't have these when I was doing that. Yeah. When are you going to do that? When am I going to do a face reveal? It's going to be some random stream. So like honestly, it's when I figure out how to set it up in a good way. Like currently all I have in terms of resources for that, I would have to use just my computer's webcam, which is pretty low quality, and I don't think it gets like the angle, or not, it doesn't get quite the correct angle or anything. So I'd have to figure out how to either jerry-rig like my phone or something, or just figure out how to get a webcam to position somewhere else, or figure out how to hook up something that I already have. But yeah. Am I planning on getting a dev crate classified? No. Those are kind of at that RNG level where if I plan on get one of those, I'd have to do way too much grinding for them. Since I didn't get one in the 500 keys I put in a while ago, I don't think I ever will. Since that's probably the most final grinding I'll ever do, since that was like 7 hours of boss. That was 7 hours of just grinding with boss gum and with a double drops event going on, which hopefully we never get another double drops event. That was kind of game breaking. But yeah, it was like 7 hours with like boss gum and everything like that of just grinding the final for like 300 keys or something, and then the rest I did, but it just takes a while to grind those keys, and I don't think I'll ever have a double drops event again, so there's no reason so I won't have that much of a time save anyways, which I did then, which kind of is the only reason it happened, is because I had that incentive from the event, overpowered event itself, so probably won't have that opportunity ever again, so no real reason for me to try again. Yeah, it's at that point where at some point I might unbox, just because I've rebirthed so many times. I have a few random keys lying around for it. I just have 8 from 4 rebirths. That last 4 rebirths I've had random keys from. And I'll end up using like that along with something else. And if I end up getting it, I get it, but probably won't. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. I am planning on getting a Cosmic Wing though, which you can grind for pretty easily. So that's kind of on my agenda for the next month, is getting one of those. It is going to take a lot of grinding to do, so probably will end up doing a few more streams like this. Ooh. I'm trying to remember. Have I done enough? I think I'm up to 5. Nope, not yet. Not up to 5 trillion ectoplasm yet. But yeah, getting a Cosmic Wing is kind of one of my current goals. It's one of those things where you really endgame grinders can do it relatively easily, but I'm not endgame yet, or I'm not heavy endgame. I'm endgame grinding, but I'm not like heavy in the pets and stuff, where people are able to get like a Cosmic Wing every day if they tried that hard. But yeah. Accidentally gets a full team. I'm not going to have that many gems. Or that much time, I guess, would be the biggest thing. I need I think I'm planning on getting around 1,000 anonymous loot bags, and then opening it with a glitchy rift, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a glitchy rift. I'm probably not going to get it from this gum grinding, which I'm planning on. Kind of the half of the thing of doing this gum grinding is trying to get a glitchy rift gum, since that would be really cool and really help with the classified. And if not, I'm planning on trading for one, hopefully, since there are some endgame grinders that do have quite a few spares, and probably wouldn't mind trading. Hello, Creepy Cat. It's fine being late. I know, I realize I don't stream at the best time for people. Alright, I was just changing my mic settings. I realized I had them switched around for something else, and they've been that way for a while, so hopefully probably you won't notice a big change in mic sound, but you know, hopefully it does something. But yeah, no, it's perfectly fine people doing other stuff. I'd much rather people do something else productive other than watching YouTube. But yeah, so it's fine when people are late or don't show up at all to a stream, or only show up for the times that they can. Um, 1K anonymous bags, 150. Yikes. Alright, I know the Rift multiplier, at least for Ghosts, it's about 155 for Glitchy Rift. Base, I think I get around 40,000? I'm not quite sure. I get a decent amount from each anonymous bag, and so I should be able to get enough for a single Cosmic Wing with 1,000 bags, if not multiple. But we'll see. Yeah, I mean, there are so... It's kind of, it's relatively easy to find sharks like that. It's like one of those things where it's kind of borderline bad, and in some cases, I would see why people are kind of like, it's, oh, okay. Oh, not going to get into that, I guess. Probably be the best thing for the stream. But yeah. It's nice when you get those traits. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I remember trading a lot in my, like, 5 years ago when I was into MM2, or Mystery 2. Sorry, I know some people get confused on what exactly I mean by that. Back when the economy wasn't as broken. It was still broken. I just didn't know it at the time. But like back then, it was one of the funnest things. And then finding good trades or just being right place, right time for that stuff was really nice. Now you can just go and now the economy's basically wrecked because of how MM2 works. You know, no updates and stuff like that. But you know, whatever. I'm kind of done with it. Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. I would recommend doing Ghost Hunter for every single rebirth, since it really does help. It really does start adding up those crate keys. Currently I have, I think, 300-ish, or almost 300 crate keys, just from doing Fern, and I haven't done Fern this rebirth, I think, which will get me over 300 crate keys, which really starts adding up to quite a bit of, quite a bit of either void crates, which I'd recommend doing them on, since putting them into events is not always the best, since you can just use 2x items or loot gum on the ghosts there to get quite a bit of items from them. And then, like last event, the Metaverse event, I had over 300,000 just spare emeralds I just converted straight to gum. I was able to get 4 sets of the board, and I could have got tons more. I just had tons of extra emeralds from that event. But so I wouldn't really recommend using crate keys on events. Much better to use them on the void board crate, since that's the most expensive crate. Really? That's quite high. I don't know exactly what you mean by what the... It really does depend, since we don't know the actual chances of Rift Gum. The best we have is estimates. So assuming your estimate is accurate, which I'm pretty... Sounds decently accurate. And 1 in 30 isn't actually too high, since I have done already like 2 hours of grinding. But still, that does, yeah, no, that's still 15 hours of grinding. But still, or 15 times, yeah. Still like 15 hours of grinding straight, for it, so, and including all the other items, so. Yeah, assuming your chances, which they do sound actually pretty correct, I should be able to get a Rift Gum in with like a decent chance, like over 50%. But we'll see. If it's 1 in 10K, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, chances like that are really difficult to know when they don't tell you. Like, basically everything has to be estimated, and you end up getting some weird numbers that don't sound quite correct, but you're fairly sure they are, and estimated numbers are weird, so I think that's... Yeah, that sounds actually pretty accurate. If 1 in 10K is sounds about correct. I mean, I've had a glitchy rift before. I more or less wasted that one. it was for a good cause. So people stopped debating on what the multiplier for Glitchy Rift is. But yeah. Yeah. It's pretty... Glitchy Rift is weird. Oh, I just wish there was an event mini-boss. Yeah, those event mini-bosses are pretty... weird, I guess, would be the best way of putting them. I mean, they're quite interesting to have, but at the same time, also not... Yeah. Like how Jolly Roger was done was very different, and then Dino King was also its own thing. So it's interesting having those mini bosses in events. It adds a new layer of grinding, or a different layer of grinding, in some cases, just to the game, which really shakes it up a little bit. So having that little bit of difference is nice. Yeah, that's the thing about chances. Chances end up being really more theoretical than anything. Or not theoretical, I guess. Chances just work out very weirdly. For instance, you have on average, it'll take you a certain amount of gems for something, whereas it's the basic way that most people know how to do. Where you just take the cost and multiply it by the amount of by the inverse of the rarity. So basically, which is pretty simple, but doesn't really show like how RNG could work. For instance, in that time you could get 3. You could take 3 times that time and not get any. It's just kind of how RNG can work. So, like, one of the best ways to that I was seeing on, like, somewhere else, Hypixel Wiki to be exact, was doing, like, half chances. So, like, after this amount of times, you'll have a 50% chance of having it or not having it, which I think is a pretty good way of doing it, since people do understand 50-50 coin flips a lot more in terms of how rare something is. What you also have to understand in those is that the 50% chance of having it also includes having 2 of it, having 3 of it, etc. But yeah. Yeah, that's just off of blocks by moon badges. If you include all like the other items I'm getting, which you get all about the same amount in terms of gum from each of them. So it will turn out to be about 4 times faster than that once you calculate in all the other items. But yeah. But yeah, 60 hours. I think I was seeing like I think when I asked it was about 40 hours for a Glitchy Rift long time ago. I don't know if with mine that was like a year or 2 ago when I asked that. I don't know if the chances have increased that much, or if that was just a random ballpark that was kind of off. But yeah. Assuming that 110k, which I think sounds about right. It's... Yeah. There's sometimes it's just those chances just feel awful. Like grinding for gum, sometimes you can just get none. And you're like, really? And then sometimes someone else is like, they do the same grind that you did and get 5. And RNG can just be annoying. Especially once you start getting to like that 10 to 0.5%, where in theory you should be getting it after that amount, but the chances is quite low of it actually, relatively low of it actually happening after that. But at the same time, the chances are still relatively high that after one crate you can get it. Where it's like, one crate you can get it relatively easily. But once you start doing more than one crate, yeah. I don't, trying to explain that is kind of making me confused now. It's like how the 25 key crate for meat worked, or any other boss. 25 keys, it's kind of easy to do, and then like a 8% chance. 8% chance is still quite high for something. So you're like, so it is quite common for someone to be first crate, just get it instantly. But also 25 keys is enough that it does take a while to actually grind for each one. And so it ends up being like, oh, I've grinded 100 keys for relatively, and it just starts taking a lot longer than you'd think when the math starts kicking in. Yes. Yeah, basically it takes about, I think it was about 5. It takes quite a bit for those. I think it's over 1 million per. I think it's like, let me see if I can do math here. It's about 2.5 million gems for each of the, or something like that. But for like Feather Shock, and like 7.5 million for the next one, or for Oblivion. So, yeah. As I said, sometimes you can get quite lucky with some of those rarities. And once you start getting to like classified rarity that rare, it starts perking up where it's like one crate you aren't going to get anything. You know that for certain. But all it takes is one crate to get it. So you're like, oh, I need this money. And then you blow through like half that and you have it. Because, you know, that chance starts adding up quite a lot better than you would think. Yeah, sometimes it can take a while, but, you know, it is nice to get pretty lucky. Yeah, that's also, you also have to bear in mind some inefficiencies too. When you're doing grinding like this, you aren't able to get equal amounts of every item or perfect use of gum in terms of time. So you end up taking, like, instead of 2 minutes per gum, it's like 2 and a sliver minutes per gum, like 2 and a fourth or something. But yeah. No, it's math starts getting math for chances and probability is really bad. Is really weird. I don't really remember too much from the statistics class I took, other than it's actually difficult to calculate the percent chance and be accurate in your terminology. Because of just things can work much differently than you would think on paper. Now, there's some things that are not that aren't likely to happen. Not that they're impossible, but it's not likely for me to get any more than like 3 Rift Gum from this. Any more than that, and it's crazy RNG. But yeah. We're getting close to the 3-hour mark, so about an hour left in the stream. Which is perfectly fine with me. I'm getting to that point where I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. And a little bit thirsty from talking too much. It would be crazy. It would be pretty funny though, if RNG broke. Yeah, RNG can break. Actually, it's one of the things with games that you need to bear in mind. Is that if the seed can be set or it's set to a distinct value, you can end up having it so that every time someone does something, they're guaranteed to get a certain result, which is interesting, I guess. But like the biggest thing is, it's really weird how it actually works. Random number generators, so it's really hard to predict if what will happen and how to get it to work. I know in like Minecraft, since everything's like kind of open sourced and everyone can play with stuff, it's really easy to manipulate the RNG in your favor. Whereas Roblox, a lot of it's closed, so most of it's just trial and error on what works. But yeah, manipulating RNG could be weird, and you could get crazy stuff like getting all Fleshy Rift. So, yeah, you have to bear in mind, nothing with computers is guaranteed to work perfectly, especially when it comes to randomness. Sometimes certain patterns are followed. Maybe not noticeable to the human eye, but you dig deep enough, you can start to notice stuff. One of the best examples of this, I think, MM2 back like 3-4 Halloweens ago, back when they actually had good updates, or at least, you know, no, it wasn't good updates. Back when they actually had, you know, good trading value. The Godly Pumpkin, there was not really an exploit, but like an RNG manipulation glitch, whereas you could go to like a private server, with certain settings configured, with a certain amount of gum, or certain amount of candy, for the event, and then open like 16 crates or something and get a guaranteed Godly, which is kind of bad for that kind of game where that item was going to be worth a decent amount, and then all of a sudden it's just not. It was interesting to see how tons upon tons of these would flood in with just certain people having, being able to do 16 crates per. But yeah, RNG manipulation can get really interesting. Alright, goodbye. Thank you for coming out anyways. No, that's really up to the makers of the developers on Roblox, whether or not they open source is weird. You have the benefit of, actually you don't really have too much benefits. The benefit of having other people check your code and, see stuff, like figure out potential bugs and stuff like that. But then you also have that problem of people can find potential bugs and exploit them. So having open source is usually not a good idea for anything multiplayer. It's usually best if it's just best when it's a solo game where people can figure out how things work by themselves instead of having to worry. Looks like we did get past in the daily leaderboard, which was kind of to be expected. We're not really grinding at the best rate. But yeah. Yeah, the biggest thing is, like, releasing of, yeah, it's not the best open sourcing. Like, Roblox itself, it makes sense to keep your stuff secret, so that you can avoid, potential leakage and stuff. Like, the main reason you'd want it is if you want it to be, like, community stuff. Like, OBS, for instance, is kind of, I don't know if it's open source, but it is open for anyone to download. It is free for anyone to use and stuff, which is nice for allowing people to have access to good stuff. But at the same time, people do need to make money, and I understand that. So, selling stuff also makes sense. What's my opinion on Yoko? With races, it's stupid. Having to do bosses, that many bosses, it's really annoying to have to do that many bosses with races. But as a whole, though, I think Yoko is actually good. Since it is fair for basically everyone, there's no real reason why I would see that he should get removed. Since unlike backdoor item grind, for there, it is pay to win people don't have a huge advantage over it. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it got nerfed a little bit. It is quite long, I would say. But at the same time, I can see it remaining as is. Hello, Randish. Yeah, I do remember you. It has been a long time since I have done a stream, though, so I can... Oh, it has been a while since I last did a stream. Let's see. Yeah, it's... we're about now a fourth of the way through all the item grinding I'm planning on doing for conversion. So that's good progress, I guess. About an hour left in the stream itself, which sad or happy depending on how you see it. I'm planning on even... It was a slight nerf. I don't think it really was all that much of a nerf, to be honest. It does make it quite a bit easier for server hopping, but then it turned around and now you have to wait for bosses for a little bit longer, because of races. A little bit longer as in over 2 times the length. So I feel like all that time saved just went out the window with that update. Oh, interesting. I did not realize, and I would guess that in that scenario, all the mini bosses would usually. I did not realize anonymous actually counts. Although I'm not really planning on doing it anytime in the near future, so it doesn't really affect too much. But it is nice to know, I guess, if anonymous does actually count for Yoko's bosses. Or if any mini boss does, that would be pretty cool. Which is kind of a bug, but you know, it's a nice bug if in any case. It is quite useful. If it actually, I mean, I don't know if it does work, so I can't say anything about whether or not, I'm not reporting it, since I don't know if it actually does work. But yeah. We have hit the 3-hour mark on the stream, so about... Only Anonymous counts and only on his 12th quest. That's very interesting. But yeah. Hello, Panini. Welcome to the stream. Not Minecraft, unfortunately. But no, just a lot of gum grinding items from the back door. So, main goal is to get a glitchy rift, which I think, according to the math, was pretty going to happen, I think, during these 3 streams. But we'll see. I haven't done Morgan's questline yet, so I don't really know any of the lore that came from that. All I know is that Agents of the Unknown, or Agents... Yeah, Agents of the Unknown, or something like that. Agents of the Forgotten, or something, Fallen, or something like that. And something about the old storyline of Ghost Simulator is coming back. I haven't really done too much of the lore. I've just kind of been hanging around the Discord and seeing all of it. Honestly, I need to get Archie done. Archie, Morgan, and the newest one, which I can't remember the name for. But yeah. How many times have you rebirthed? I've currently done 10 rebirths. This is all I'm kind of planning on taking a rebirth hiatus for a little while. In terms of what perks I've chosen, pretty standard, all the permanent ones, so Master Hunter, Lucky Eyes, Ghostly Vision, Second Arc Story, then 4 Divine sets since I did need a little bit of stats, and then I've gone for 2 Ecto tokens so far, but yeah. Associates of the Forgotten. Thank you, Creepy Cat. Yeah, I'm also in a private server, so no one can really join me. I'm grinding Lucky Cats right now. Yeah, that's grinding Lucky Cats for some stats or trading purposes is actually quite a good idea. I also realized I've gotten over 5 million gems just from the gem drops from these ghosts so far. So I'm going to have quite a bit of gems worth of bit token or ectobits. Sorry, I always say bit tokens. That was the name I originally thought they were. But yeah, I don't know how much that converts to right now, but I'm sure that's close to 10 plus million gems right there too. But yeah, the gem drops are actually adding up quite a bit more than I would have expected. For Morgan's, the exploit is for the last 2 quests, you can just get any ghost. But if you beat a boss, 2 bosses for the last quest, you still get 2 bosses. I think they patched that last one with the the boss counting for 2 bosses for Morgan. That was in the bug patches or the update log for the most recent update. So if you haven't tested it since the last update, then it's probably still in there. But yeah, it's some of those bugs. It's just kind of like, why is this in the game in the first place? But yeah. They're decent for stats, and actually really good for stats and quite easy to get, and I mean decent trading potential, but yeah, they're relatively easy to get for their stats. Yeah, at some point I am planning, probably once I'm done doing this, and then probably in like 2 weeks or so going over that lore, maybe, I feel like it's a little bit late to be going over like Archie's quest line since that was so long ago. So who knows if I'll even do a video. I haven't done them yet, so I still don't even have the access to Archie's cave, because, you know, I've kind of been distracted with Rebirths and not worrying about his quest line and a lot of other stuff. No, if you're going to go for stats, or like an improvement in your stats, like the 5% boost, go for a Tycoon instead. Since that 30% boost is much... with 3 rebirths, you can get a 30% boost in all your cell stats, which in 3 rebirths you can only get a 15% increase to your cell stats with the pet evo. Since you don't really need a the vacuums part of the stat increase. So instead, just go for the cell stats, honestly. So Tycoons all the way. It also bear in mind, Ectobits, the backdoor currency, is currently, that Tycoon is currently broken. So, and it has been for the last, ever since they were added, so 5-6 months now. So bear that in mind when you're rebirthing, that Tycoon's broken. I mean, it doesn't hurt too much in the long run, I guess. But you're better off going for Tycoons instead. Yeah, if it gets fixed, it has the rebirth stored, so it will be able to, the rebirth that you already did for it will count towards its, stuff. It just currently, the multiplier for it is broken, for some reason. I haven't really looked into the problem too much myself, since I can't really. I'm assuming it has something to do with area, the area guesses or area checks, but who knows. It might also be because it adds straight when you vacuum a ghost instead of doing it when you sell. That difference of time, but at the same time, XCOM works perfectly fine, so the fact that another multiplier of the same type doesn't is a little bit confusing. But yeah. Eventually it will get patched. Whether that eventually is another 6 more months or another 2 years, we will see. Any sooner than 6 months, I would be really surprised in a good way. Just as I know they're planning on doing a lot of second arc stuff, which is kind of doing the story a bit more, but you know. Is gem to currency converter a good idea? I don't know exactly what you mean. I'm assuming you mean converting, like, how there are currencies to gems, having it the other way around. I don't think that even makes sense, to be honest, since there's nothing you can do with currencies other than convert them to gems. But, yeah. So I say no on it being a good idea, but it's not really. Yeah. Yeah, 10 million gems. Not that that's too much. I think I have quite a bit in terms of just my ectobits. Anyways, so but we'll see. Let's see. Checking my all-time info, I am up to 5 trillion ectoplasm, and I have been for a little while. So that's a nice reward. Daily leaderboard, I am a lot behind on, which is kind of just to be expected. I'm not doing too much. It looks like I might even be passed by someone else soon. But yeah. There are so many random glitches in Ghost Simulator at this point. Yeah, there's a lot of. I've covered a few of the harmless ones in a video a while ago now. It's been like 3 or 4 months since then. But yeah, there's tons of them. They can be quite obnoxious when they do happen, or quite annoying in little ways, or all the time just like useless to stumble across. But yeah. It's interesting to see small glitches like that, and some of it is just kind of stuff that doesn't really matter and just a product of how the game was coded, and just if it doesn't affect the game, it doesn't need to be patched mentality, which I kind of agree with. If it doesn't really affect the gameplay in a normal way, there's no real reason to patch it. But yeah. Plan on streaming for about another hour. Yeah, 45 minutes if you're running down, I guess. I'm running way up, I guess. We're already 10 minutes into the last hour of stream, so, yeah. Oh, yeah, the cosmetic one, whereas if you equip something below a cosmetic pet, the equipped one, it'll multiply the cosmetic pet quite a bit. It's just it's a weird thing. A lot of people know about it. It's not really being planned on being patched, I don't think. It can lag out your server, or the server a little bit, so just be wary of that. But other than that, it's pretty much harmless. Is it a good idea to grind gum while doing run? It doesn't hurt, I guess. I mean, the thing about those quests is that I usually do those quests after I've completed backdoor, so I don't really. So I don't need usually the items while doing them. Yeah, I normally do use glitchy loot gum in the backdoor, even when I don't need it for like a quest or anything, since items you do get can get converted anyways, even if you don't need them for a specific quest at some point. Goodbye. Stay safe. I mean, not seriously considered it. I think the biggest thing is most people I'm mainly YouTube so far. So if I do Twitch and YouTube, it turns into one of the things where the people watching me do one or the other, and it doesn't really work out as well, especially with Roblox not being like something that a lot of people do stream on Twitch, or actually stream in general. Not many people stream Roblox in general, but doing the live streams on Twitch would just be a little bit something else for me to learn, and then I'd have to figure out how people would transition from watching my streams on YouTube to watching them on Twitch, and then I'd probably it'd turn into a little bit. Also, I don't think I'm at that point where I'd be really getting too many donations anyways, especially since in less than 400 subscribers, I'm already halfway there. I'm able to monetize on YouTube, which I think allows people to donate on my YouTube streams anyways. So it really didn't make sense for me to switch over to YouTube for just a little bit of monetization for streams. But yeah, it's one of those things where I'm not really expecting people to really donate. The most is going to be when I get big enough or to monetize at 1,000 subscribers, which is coming up hopefully soon. I haven't been able to do a lot of content recently, so not been gaining the speed I was before, but that's just kind of makes sense, kind of, with how Ghost Simulator's doing and my video creation commitment. But yeah. Yeah, what I usually know more of YouTube. That's kind of all I've really known. In terms of watching, I never really watched people on Twitch. I'd be like, oh, they're doing stuff on Twitch. I don't want to learn a new program to figure out. So I usually just stayed on Roblox to do that kind of stuff. There we go. Sorry, I've not really been paying attention to the chat. I'm kind of trying to get it into the a groove again for the last little bit of the stream. So not many people are in the live chat, so I've been kind of just doing my own thing. But have you ever... Yeah, I try not to swear. That's not... I don't think I ever have in any of my videos or content, so... I don't do it really in real life either, so... that's not something I'm a fan of, really. I don't like doing it. I mean... I don't care too much when other people do it, but... doesn't really get the point across as much as, like... You know... other stuff. So, yeah. Also, I'm not really playing anything super competitive, where something bad can just happen, that completely costs you a lot. I'm playing grindy games like Ghost Simulator and Minecraft, where, yeah, it's basically all your... whatever you do is kind of what you're doing, and you don't really get affected by too much. I try not to swear, and I rarely do. Let's see. Where are we at? Alright, how are we doing on the daily leaderboard? Are we being passed by number 4 yet? We have a ways. We should have enough of a buffer to not get number 4 by the end of the stream. But, yeah. What's your opinion on COVID with the pandemic? I like being able to not have to commute. Commuting is time consuming and expensive because cars are time consuming and expensive. And so that was nice. I mean, COVID, obviously, it's bad that people are dying from it. But it's a lot of it is just people not really taking it serious, or not a lot of it, but some of it is people just not taking it seriously at all. And that has contributed quite a bit to it, which I find silly. But it is kind of a bad thing because of how bad it's gotten. Eventually, like, even from the beginning, you realize it's just going to kind of turn into another flu, basically, where every year it's going to come back in a wave. Every year they're going to have to develop a new vaccine for it. So, like, the flu shots we get every year. And so it's just going to turn into one of the normal things. For now, though, it's a big deal since figuring out a shot for it isn't something you can do in 5 days. It takes a lot longer and a lot more time than that. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Driver's test is weird. The writing one is pretty simple, assuming you can memorize stuff easily. I realize some people can't. But like the driving one is just difficult. I failed my first one miserably. I flew through a few stop signs. The rolling stop thing that everyone does. But no, it's kind of difficult. And it's interesting. And then the second time I barely passed. But yeah, it just, and then it turns around and you have to figure it turns into something else where most of the time you're doing freeway driving, where most of the driver's test is going to be rural or urban areas. So you're going to have to deal with a lot of different stuff than when you actually deal with driving. So yeah, it does the best it can, I guess, but at the same time, it's not everything it needs to be. The written one. Yeah, the written one's memorization, and I'm good with tests, but I realize that most people are not, so it can be difficult if you don't know what to expect. Sometimes you do need the first time through to really understand what type of stuff you need, which is kind of how it is with a lot of other stuff in real life, is you have to figure out what it looks like first, and then adapt to that. So yeah, good luck with that. Let's see. I think we started the stream with like 710 loot gum, if I remember correctly. So out of that we've used about 80 so far, which translates to about, we did not start with, how much did I start with? Probably closer to 700, and so I've used around 70, which makes a lot more sense. Since 80 would be like, actually no, 80 makes sense, I guess. 80 would be actually quite slow for over 3 hours of grinding. Because that's about 30 an hour at best, so probably closer to 25 is usually what I'm doing. So yeah, actually 80 sounds about right. Yep, that is the sad reality of some things. Eventually you'll play a game for your last time and not even realize it is your last time, which is kind of sad. It's something not really worth thinking about too much, since it goes down a giant rabbit hole of entropy, entropy. I can't remember the word. But that really everything is going to eventually fail and bad stuff from there, which isn't a lighthearted topic to be discussing in a YouTube stream on a Roblox game that is meant for children. That, you know, but yeah. Yeah, I remember 700. I can't remember if it was 702 or 710. I have both those two numbers floating in my head. If it was 702, I'm going at a really slow pace for drum grinding. If it was 710, I'm going at a relatively slow pace. I know some people go through quite a bit faster than I do in terms of their grind and everything like that. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, okay. So we're making decent progress, I guess, for having a stream and a grind at the same time. But yeah. Probably going to be able to hit my agenda of getting a riff gum. I have my fingers crossed for that. Hopefully I'll also be getting tons of boss gum, which is going to be really nice. I think I usually get about 3 per hour of grinding. So at the end of this, probably around 35 boss gums from converting every single items I get from all 3 streams. But yeah. Yeah, so lag can be pretty bad, so playing on low quality is really helpful. It is a quite a intricate game with lots of pieces, so I can definitely see why you'd need to play on low quality. 3 people watching now. Yeah, this stream's not been my most active. Part of that is due to Ghost Simulator not being as big of a even when I started doing Ghost Simulator in terms of videos and stuff, it really wasn't that big of a popularity thing. But now it's had a few how do I say this, storyline updates, and a little bit less than quality of life updates than would be needed to maintain decent play rates, since playing the game right now is kind of a little bit weird. With the races being a little bit longer, a little bit of stuff being broken, having a lot of random stuff for endgame players that the new players can't really interact with, kind of creates this little bit of a problem with progression just being added to the end and no change being made to the middle, where people get stuck. But yeah. Puts me down to 10 to 15 FPS. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really check my FPS too much, but I'm pretty sure I'm sitting around that 30 to 40 FPS range on most things I do. I usually have my streaming and recording of stuff set to 30 frames per second when I'm recording or streaming, since that reduces lag and I can actually handle it. No one really notices, I hope, that it isn't 60 FPS. But yeah, I'm not really too sure how fast everything I'm doing is. It's a middle-end laptop, so not really expecting too much out of it, in terms of handling everything, but you know, I can hope for the best. Probably get down to 625 loot gums, or 615 loot gums, so at the end of the stream, which is about 100 loot gums in 3 hours of grinding, or 4 hours of grinding. where the maximum would be around 120 gums used. Instead of using 120 gums, I'm using 105, or 95, sorry, which is a little bit off of max efficiency, but still not bad. Interesting. I mean, it wouldn't be bad until you think about being able to equip another pet. Currently, for equipped pages on, if you go look at my inventory, my equipped page is full. So they'd have to add a second equipped pages to the pets. Since only 12 can fit on a page, and currently if you have all the other boosts, it's maxed out. So that would have to be fixed. I mean, it would be good for, I guess, but it would also, yeah, it wouldn't be a bad change other than the space problem. But yeah. Yeah. Honestly, rebirth perks are going to be something that players aren't going to be able to suggest too much of, since it is something that the developers are like solely in charge of. And there's going to be so many suggestions on what people think, just copying ideas from like what's already in the game, that it's going to turn into something like, yeah, we already thought about that like 5,000 times. For instance, there's been a lot of suggestions for being able to keep certain rebirth perks similar to how the Master Hunter works upon rebirthing. And it's like, really though, do we need that? Does that even make sense in the game? It's something that people have to kind of think about quite a bit. And developers are kind of the only ones that can really make that decision about what to really put in the game. Yeah, it would be quite helpful, and it is one of those things where it does benefit the free-to-play players a lot more than the pay-to-wins, which I'm always a fan of when update favors pay-to-win, since pay-to-win, or no, sorry, not pay-to-win. When an update favors free-to-play players, that is the those are the updates that you're kind of looking for in this old of a game, is keeping the player base playing rather than getting the player base to spend money, which is usually what newer games need to do. So you usually, when your game is new, have to have a lot more pay-to-win options than once the game starts getting up there. Same reason why original pets and boards and everything along those lines costs a lot more from the originally everything cost a little bit more Robux in terms of like the limited store, because, you know, people kind of needed that money. Was a lot more people were likely to buy those and help that out, so having those up a little bit higher made it a little bit more money for the developers, whereas now not many people buy that stuff. I mean, some people still do, but it isn't really as needed for progression as it is for completion, so it makes less sense to have those higher prices when less people are buying it. Welcome, Krim. Welcome back. Yeah, I realize these streams aren't always at the best times for people, so people coming in late or not at all is kind of makes sense to me. But thank you for coming in anyways. Hello. Maximum optimization would be doing perfect 2 minutes per gum, a full 2 cycles in a cell, and then equipping your next one right as that one expires to start a new cycle, which is technically possible. Just the way I'm doing it, it's not. Since I am kind of being quite slow about everything and doing it in a weird cycle. I was expecting a rebirth grind, but first, even though you're already stacked. Actually, I'm planning on taking a little bit of a break from rebirth since I've already got up to 10 rebirths, so it doesn't really make too much sense for me to do too many more rebirths just for tycoons. It makes more sense for me to spend a little bit of time currently to go get some stuff. I'm planning on getting some high tier classifieds. Ooh, we're almost getting up to that 200 mark. So that's kind of the point of this, is to get some gum for going for some of those high tier classifieds. Like Cosmic Wing is probably the goal. But yeah. Yeah, I know I'm already stacked. I am also planning on doing, this is going to kind of help. I am planning on doing like giveaways in my Discord server for glitchy loot like every 2 weeks. We'll see how that develops. I might actually end up doing it like every week or something, depending on what I feel like. But yeah. Yeah, there's people that got up to 100. I don't think it's worth my time at this point, since rebirths are a little bit harder to grind, since Yoko takes a lot longer than he used to, with bosses being interlaced with races. But at the same time, it would be kind of nice to get a few more rebirths to get a little bit more ready for it. Or a little bit more prepared for like grinding and stuff. Since having a lot of rebirths does really do wonders for how much you can grind. But at the same time, I'm not really a heavy grinder in this game. I'm much more of a casual grinder. 10 rebirths is, I mean, it is quite a bit, but it's nowhere near those 50 marks, that 50 hundreds that people have. So yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I know many people start by using a teleport, which probably saves time. Instead of me, every time I run back, or not run back, but I charge, and then instead of using the teleport, just go here, which probably wastes a little bit of time, but yeah. It's so annoying seeing you have a 7 at the end of your battery. Yeah, those random numbers just completely... They get really weird. Even though I'm doing like the same health ghosts. Just because of how the multipliers from your pets work with the vacuum rate. Sometimes you do an interesting number to stuff. Which... It's just really random when it happens. Like, most of the time it's perfect. Like, they're perfect zeros. But then you start doing some more and it starts becoming non-zero. Like, it gets 1 off because Ghost decided to take a little bit longer, like that. When you... Oh, is it just when I accidentally unclick a Ghost? That might be it. And I've already done a little bit, so it kind of does a little bit extra or something. That might be it. But yeah, it kind of does something interesting with the numbers. They're just slightly off. It's not something I'm really paying attention to, since I'm more focused on clicking the ghosts and failing.
but still. Now that's going to be the only thing I can notice, is that I have an extra 3 on this run. What are my current pet stats? I'm currently using 4 divine pets, a mini final and a mini dino king from the so decent, not overly high, but quite high for most people. So 3,000 vacuum, 1.1 in cell, which is kind of what most people care about. It's interesting that this says soul in ×2. It isn't. It's ecto bits. But yeah. What was your first ever mythical pet? I think, yeah, I got an 8-bit first. I think I got it from a trade, and then I also, way back 2 years ago, at some point, just kind of got lucky with getting everything I needed for it. So that was my first mythical, back when, like, that was the only mythical in the game. And then I think after that I got Scrooge. But yeah. And then musical. Or maybe I got musical and then I traded for a Scrooge. I can't remember which order of that. But yeah. One of the things one of the early things that I did in this game, back Halloween 2019, so long ago, I was grinding for the, I was grinding for a Darkwing. And I had like 150 keys from just that event, without game passes, without anything, just me and I had a few people helping me, try and help me. They weren't doing too much. It was mostly just me. But I was trying to get a Darkwing during that time. I failed miserably, and, you know, ended up opening 6 25s instead, which got me only Silk Weavers and Trolls, which was kind of a disappointment. Getting 4 Silk Weavers and 2 Trolls instead of from 150 keys, instead of being able to have the time to grind another 100 keys. It was kind of unfortunate that I missed that opportunity to get a Darkwing, but, you know, who knows what would happen if I had, so. I don't do Shelly, because one quest where you have to get 40 mermaids and 50 rat ghosts. Yeah, Shelly is a long time commitment. The only reason I did it is since I'm not really planning on rebirthing this life, and that stats can help me for my gem conversion if I ever care to do some ecto token grinding. I can get quite a bit more gems from that, all things considered, rebirths and stuff. So I figured it'd be able to help me out quite a bit more than the 2-hour time sink that it was, because Shelly takes forever. Hello, Brandon. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it looks like we have about 15 minutes left in it. So we're doing pretty good on terms of items, I think. I haven't checked in a while. Probably will do that like after another gum. But yeah. Oh, it's fine. It's mostly just me setting bad times for the streams. Is why most people end up late or happen to bail out. If I did them like closer to the end of the day for me, probably more people would be able to come out. But it is what it is. So, not really your fault. Have you noticed that one of the Ghostly Vision bosses is called Jolly Roger, but the pet is called Mini Dutchman? That is so silly. I think everyone has agreed that that is like kind of annoying. Since there is also another mythical pet with that same name, it is really interesting why that's in the game that way. I mean, like, it would have been super easy. I know it's a reskin of the Dutchman, but at the same time, it's like the fact that they have two pets which are basically identical other than a color with the same name makes it really interesting in an inventory view. And then considering the fact that they just released a new pet called Pickles when there's already a pet Pickles in the game, and then the next update it got changed. The fact that this name change hasn't been in the game, or this name change hasn't happened in like the last 2 months or 6 months or whatever, is just interesting. Goodbye. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Goodbye. Yeah, but the name is Mini Dutchman Green. No, actually. They're both called Mini Dutchman. There's nothing else. And if you look at someone that has both, you can actually see that sometimes they are intermixed. So you'd have like a purple one, a green one, a purple one, a purple one, a green one, a purple one, a purple one. If they have multiple of them. And it can just get really weird to see how it works. Alright, about 10 more minutes once we're done with this gum, so about 4 more gums-ish, maybe 5. If we can squeeze out another one, we'll see. But yeah. Ouch. Yeah, I'm not too much into collecting limited store items, since that's kind of the values in small games like this just turn into absolute garbage really quickly. So it's not worth really worrying about too much, other than just knowing what's valuable, so that you don't get accidentally someone comes over and sharks you or anything. But yeah. Yeah, you can tell by the event thing in the corner, but that's about it. I mean, color-wise too, but still, the fact that they share the same name, and are the same rarity, and they aren't getting changed, whereas something like Pickles, which if they don't look at all alike, they're completely different in terms of their rarity. One's a legendary, one's a godly. Differently obtained. One's a common item, another one's limited store item. Just makes it really weird that they would allow something that similar in when something that's actually relatively different isn't. But yeah. Alright, let's take a quick look at my items. See how much we have. Actually, I should probably just wait for that until after I use the last 5 gum, I guess. I may have used that one. Probably should have got over here before. But whatever. I don't think it had spawned before. I think it was kind of out of cycle. So it kind of spawned after I did the overcharge and wasn't there before. But yeah, it was weird that it just spawned kind of just right as I was getting to it. Or right after I did the overcharge or whatever. I used a ghostly loot gun? Oh, I did. Oops. Yeah, hopefully I don't do that again. But yeah, that was accidental. Hopefully it doesn't, probably won't affect too much. I haven't seen many item drops, but yeah, that's slightly annoying. Oh well, it'll work. It's really easy when there's only like 1 or 2 messages per minute in chat for me to notice chat. A lot of streamers that most people are aware of, their chat goes flying by at like 5 messages a second or something, and so the streamer can't really be paying attention to everything. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's not really their fault. Let's go use one of those. But yeah, I try to make sure that I do see everything that goes on in chat. Mostly because I don't have any mods and I don't want anything bad happening. But also because I know engagement is quite nice for people who want to come say hi or have questions regarding Ghost Simulator. Since I am not small and I am kind of playing those games that don't really get too much, too many people looking for them. So I do kind of need to make sure I keep the people that find me. Oh, yeah. Getting to level 11 is kind of nice. You unlock a whole new world, and basically have to start again. It's interesting traveling to a new world. I mean, from main hub to the ghost world, it makes sense, and everything's like, oh, that's weird. We have a new currency, but overall you keep the same stuff. Traveling over to backdoor eventually gets kind of weird. I remember when it first came out and people were like confused on actually how you got to it, since none of these fancy dancy teleports were working. So you had to go find it in the desert, and very few people actually remembered saw where it was. Yeah, it does take a while sometimes to grind, especially when you can't do it all in like one sitting. Like someone who like me has like tons of free time on their hands, because I'm lazy. But yeah, we have probably be able to use 2 more gums, and it'll be it for this first part of the stream. But yeah. Yeah, once you get those basically all the bosses in Ghost Simulator work the same way. So once you figure them out, it actually gets really easy to just solo them. That's kind of why I just solo most of the bosses myself, rather than worrying about figuring out a team. It just takes more time to do it with someone else. By lazy, I really meant I don't do much outside of games. Like, I don't do community stuff. I don't play outside. I don't read. I don't really read books anymore. I used to read books quite a bit. Reading books is fun. Or at least for me. But, yeah. Let's grab that, grab that. Oh yeah, that bowl is annoying. The fact that it's overlapped with another find item, there's a cooldown between finding items. So you are unable, so you just kind of have to like turn around in circles for a while and hope that it decides to pick up the right item rather than the ring. It's really annoying having that overlap. The best thing that you can do is kind of just get on it and then zoom in all the way and turn around a lot. So that you're constantly updating the touch, since you don't update it while staying still. But yeah. Yep. It's hitbox is fine. It's just the fact that it's overlaid with a ring. Find items, you have a cooldown between them, which is why when you're trying to do like the obbies for the books and stuff for some quests, you have to wait a little bit before doing the next one. And like rings and stuff, there's always a little bit of cooldown there. And since they are overlaid exactly, if you're getting the ring, you have to wait a little bit to get the thing. And if you get the ring again, like it decides that you touch the ring first, you have to wait it again and again and again. And if you're moving off and on it, it reduces it even more. So you just have to kind of stand on it and turn in circles for 5 to 10 minutes. Yes, doing Fern is definitely worth. It is definitely worth getting the 25 crate keys to do Fern's questline. It takes about an hour, I think, if not less, for me to do it. And then you get 33 crate keys overall from it. So it's basically a bunch of free crate keys that you can go use on like the Void board crate, which if you do end up getting a Chroma Float, you can go trade that thing for a decent amount, or flex a cool looking board, since it is quite rare for you if you do end up getting it. Am I doing quests? Currently, no. Currently, I'm just kind of grinding gum. This is kind of the last time I'm doing last few minutes of the stream. Last time I'm doing loot gum. So we'll take a quick look at my inventory amount of items and then probably just shut down the stream. So thank you for everyone who has come out. But yeah. Alright, let's see. Where are we at? So we've used about we've used 92 glitchy loot gum and at least one ghostly loot gum, if not more. And we have got 9,000 USBs, which is the most items I'll be getting of stuff just since I start there, so I'll be in that the most often. We have 5,000 moon badges. We have 6,000 coffees, which should be the least, and then 6,800 blocks weight tokens. So we're making pretty good progress for getting items. Hopefully with 2 more of these streams, basically the same length and same strategy, we should be able to get enough for a glitchy rift. So I can start working on getting some anonymous bags for a classified unboxing. But yeah, 3 more gums to see if you can get to 10k USBs. I don't think I'll actually be using them. I think I'll just be ending the stream here at the 4-hour mark. But yeah. Yeah, it's just a cooldown. It's pretty basic to have cooldowns for stuff. You don't want people triggering the same piece of code 20 times in a row, or 20 times in a second. That can cause quite a bit of lag. But yeah. Yeah, goodbye. Everyone stay safe, and that'll be the end of the stream. If you guys have other YouTube questions or other questions, feel free to ask them in the comments. Or if you have Ghost Simulator questions, probably search for a video. I have quite a few Ghost Simulator videos.